Come. Come closer. Enter. It's time to begin your journey. Down. You contacted us. Now you've been chosen to join us in the underground. The PlayStation Underground. This is your initiation. To a select few, we will dispatch news about upcoming games, special offers, demos. Who knows what awaits you as a member? Log on to the PlayStation Underground website to travel deep into the underworld of PlayStation. To get immediate access to more demos and news, experience the PlayStation Underground CD magazine. 2 CDs per issue, 4 issues a year, 8 discs with playable demos, interviews with the game makers, behind the scenes at PlayStation events, hints, downloadable codes, and more. Be the first to get information on the next generation of PlayStation and see what you've only been hearing about. Finally, a magazine that doesn't make you read. It lets you play. Call 1-800-983-SONY or log onto the website to get 1 year's worth of issues and over 40 demos for less than the cost of a new game. As a PlayStation Underground member, you now have access to all the inside information a gamer could dream of. You're underground now. There's no going back.
Well, well, well. Look. There we go. Look who is ill once again, huh? Who would have thought it, Kim? Oh, I love this track. It's a very somber piece. Make me sleepy though. Make me sleepy. I want to sleep all day. Oh, what were we going to do? Were we going to talk to about our associates? Sync the signs with the Noid. Egghead puzzle. Oh, gotcha. Did we have nothing else to say to you? Did we get everything we needed?
What is it?
I didn't break anything, did I?
No, you just printed out my personal log and wasted some paper.
Yeah, but that's cool though. Hey, are you the lead programmer of Viral Untethered by any chance?
Yes. Or, no. Not anymore. That project is dead.
Damn. What are
She
you doing?
doesn't seem surprised to be recognized. Rather sad. Something passes over her face before she straightens her back.
Sorry, but who are you? What are you doing here?
I am Soona Luukkanen-Kilde, the former lead programmer of Fortress Accident and RSA radios. I have over 16 years of programming experience, and I'm proficient in both Vox and Orbis languages.
Nice. You come from them hills.
If you're not here to hire me,
Icy hills.
I don't really know how I can help you.
Have you seen the crab man over there?
Nope.
But you know he's around.
Yes.
He's seen you. And the crab man has seen you.
I don't care. I don't care about crabmen.
Wow, she really doesn't. Not afraid, this one.
Why are there so many machines in
I
this
brought
place?
them here. These are my machines. Please don't touch anything.
What do you need? Why do you need an
I
antenna?
use the AR1 as my RAIN prefect processing unit.
The what?
RAIN prefect. My radio computer.
And that antenna, it is...
Yes? You really don't know anything about radio computers, do you?
Oh, I know a little. I don't really know much about anything in this world.
Alright. Well, all radio computers perform operations up on air. So in order to gain more processing power, you need to invest in a good antenna.
Wait, what's on
On the front, the unified front of radio waves, licensed and controlled by Lintel in the East Insulindic region.
Eh?
It's all around us. That's what on air means.
Oh.
Like love.
Just like love.
I guess it is. So far, I've been quite satisfied with it.
Oh.
Martinez is an unstable region with bad coverage, and the operation has been surprisingly stable.
Okay.
But it's not the cheapest one on the market. So I wouldn't recommend it for your regular red tape operations. Fraser 1000 is a foolproof line for civilians.
Niles.
Anyway, you should do some research before you decide to buy anything.
Okay.
Ask around, compare the prices. There are many milieus dedicated to that sort of thing.
Are you telling me I can make this game? Can me and Kim make the game? What are you doing with your radio
I'm
computer?
working.
Working
you-
on what?
Could you just shh for a moment? Or get to the point. I really need to focus on something.
What are the balls
They
of
are
what?
connected to my rain prefect. Whatever you do, just please don't move them, okay? Thanks.
Can I drink them?
Short and terse. There you have it. Whatever she's using them for, they're hers.
I'll try not to touch them.
Great.
I don't think she's gonna like the nightclub. What are you doing here?
You really like those questions, don't you?
Hell yeah, dude. I also like the wax magic performed by the high priest in Weird. I'm a cop.
I'm conducting scientific research here. You can't throw me out.
What research?
I'm looking for the location of a 2mm hole in the world.
Okay. I'd like to help fill that 2mm hole.
Wait, what? She's
You heard
looking for
me.
a disruption in the radio waves. That's what her personal log said.
Ah.
The lieutenant raises his brows, but doesn't say anything.
A hole in the world. What does that mean exactly?
Exactly. What does it mean? Up to now, it has been impossible to say what it is because it's impossible to measure nothing.
Not impossible.
What do you think it is?
Measure it every day.
What qualities does nothing
Our
have?
life.
How do you measure something that does not exist?
Okay.
That's a little above your pay grade at the moment.
Hold on a moment. Does that now mean we're living in a world that has holes in it? It's like the never-ending story. Can't even understand how we're talking about something that doesn't exist. I don't know. I'm not here for some science. I just want to solve a murder so I can go home. We got holes in the world?
I don't know. Are we? That's what I'm trying to figure out here. But how do I figure it out?
I can't even
You
understand.
measure it by its surroundings, by that which does exist, which is what I've been trying to do. I've tried using hydro transducers to record the silence, to find out where it begins. But honestly, it's not progressing very well.
Okay. Do you have any idea where this hole might be located? Maybe the Crabman can help us.
Somewhere underneath those roof beams, I assume.
Strange things may flourish in the dark.
Why there?
There's this place at the back of the church, a place where all audible vibrations seem to decease. I've named it the Swallow, and the higher you go, the less you record.
Okay.
The Pillar of Silence? Are you sure it's not just an architectural quirk?
Good question.
Maybe, but it's oddly close to the physical coordinates of the data loss that led me to this place.
This is where the Crabman lives.
I know.
You don't think the Crabman might have...
No, I don't.
Okay. What if he's summoning the Crab Void? You said the research isn't going well. Why not?
Because it's just trial and error, trying to locate the Swallow, the exact point in space.
Right.
And I don't have a... You know what? It would be really helpful if you could just stop talking and let me work.
You don't have a what? Sounds like I could, get you something.
Yes, that's what led me here. But I suspect it might be something a bit more complicated than that. Great. Thanks.
Are we sure about that? It sounded like we could have grabbed something. Hey, about the 2mm
The
hole.
swallow, you mean?
Nope.
Great. Thanks.
How do you feel about...
What? I hate it.
I figured.
I bet she hasn't even heard it.
Same here, it just doesn't connect. Not like disco does, anyway.
Maybe I'd have to be on drugs to get it, but to a sober mind it just sounds like uninspired rug whipping. No idea what it has to do with either dancing or music.
Right. But how do you feel about a club for hypnotic dance music?
This is about those speed freaks in the tent, isn't it? I've got some news for you. It's not a nightclub they want to build here.
What do they want to build?
Take a guess, why don't you?
A youth center would be nice. Is that what Everett wants? A petting zoo, place for animals, maybe some community space to help the elderly? A youth center.
I can't believe they got you so easily. Go have another talk with those up-and-coming entrepreneurs, will you? Thanks.
Good luck.
Ah.
I'm not coming in there.
Oh. Damn. Let's go into the swallow.
The mother of humanism stands above you.
Oh, Crab's gone. He went into the hole. Oh man, are they getting close? Let's go, Kim. Let's get the fuck out of here. Let's go have a talk with them hooligans. Alright. Are you sure you don't want to go in there and handle it? Oh, it was my boombox that startled me. Hold on. Ooh, hold on. It's not a crab, it's just a guy.
The shaggy-haired girl kneels on the sea ice. She looks up as you approach.
So you talked to my associates, right? Are you going to help us? With the church, I mean.
Gotta ask questions first.
Shoot.
Damn. That's rough. Do. Alright.
Back to the heavyweight
Oh,
jam.
is this a new one? Or is this the same one? Heavyweight jam.
Hardcore!
Is it?
It's hardcore!
You're just gonna keep saying it's hardcore.
Skipper D, Skipper Danger. I am the rearranger.
Oh man.
We're close. True,
Okay.
hard, full, car.
Nothing.
Hardcore!
Say nothing.
Hardcore to the mega.
Say
Internally
nothing.
coherent.
It's nothing. We
He
blew it.
Ha! Is it though? One mind.
Alright, here we go. Boom.
We're close. True, hard.
Nothing.
Hardcore!
Is it really?
Yeah!
This young man adds a capital G before the H in his yegs and args. This produces a guttural, Gotvaldian accent and makes him sound more animal. Or maybe it's not Gotvaldian. Maybe it's Oranese. Probably an homage to Oranje, where Arno van Eyck is from, judging by his name. Could you be listening to an Arno van Eyck creation right now?
Yag? So is this the famous Van Eyck?
You know about him?
Looks like we've rendered him speechless.
You know Van Eyck?
Estelle mentioned
Good,
it.
good. The Advent?
Damn, should we go
We're
back in there?
close. True, hard, hardcore. Yeah!
This young man,
You know Van Eyck?
Major.
the skinny wraith, looks at you with some disbelief.
Like we just
So
did
am
it.
I! So am I!
He begins to shake his head so everyone will understand.
Is that why they call you Egghead? Because
Egghead.
Egghead to the mega. The K became the G. The boy became the man. The Advent?
The Advent.
The club? True. Hard. Hardcore? Yeah!
This young man, or maybe it's
Yeah.
The Y to the E to the A 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 to the G to the H to the exclamation mark. Yeah! The club? True. Hard. Full. Hardcore? Yeah!
this young, or maybe
You know about?
You know Van Eyck?
Turn of phrase.
Oh, well, it really is him. It's an honest-to-God Van Eyck beat. Well, actually, a reworking of a Peppy Popic and Arsos track. But let's not get too deep into that whole mess.
The Advent?
Yeah. The Advent.
The club? True. Hard. Full. Car. Hardcore. Hardcore to the mega.
All right.
Here comes the night. The club? True. Hard. Full. Car. It's
Is it?
hardcore. Skibberdy.
The Advent.
Hi again. So, how things going? Goodbye.
I gotta tuck the bones
Huh?
back here.
I see you're here again. Off sign, man. Did I mention getting us into the church would help? Hi again. So, how
I
things
checked
going?
out the
And?
church.
What
I
happened?
talked to the crab man.
Oh, man. Who is he? What did you think?
It was terrifying.
Right? There's something really odd about him. What's he doing in the church anyway?
Just preaching and praying.
No matter. Is he gonna be a problem? Yeah. Noid is
Nah.
right. Let's get back to the point. What are we gonna do about him?
He told me he wouldn't mind a nightclub.
I dunno, man. Doesn't it feel like a major hindrance to you? A spooky guy climbing around when all the
Nah,
guests
it's
are
like
trying to
Spooky
have
Island.
nice friendly hyper time?
You're gonna have to live with the crab man.
I guess it's not a massive problem, now that I think of it.
Everyone is welcome to dance till the morning light. Yeah!
Maybe. I guess we'll figure something out. Okay, but what about the other spooker? The one in Grandma's clothes? Did you see her?
It's a lot of information.
A programmer? That's odd. What was she like? Did you ask her about the nightclub?
She said you've been lying to me. Dre?
Come on, man. Who will you trust? A spooky programmer or us? We just want to make the world a better place.
This is a spooky programmer.
Feel the love. Get down and feel it.
a half-hearted sell of something which does not seem worth buying.
I'm not really
You'll
feeling it.
get there, believe me. When we've got our gear set up, things will be flowing and pumping. Anyway, now that it's settled, how did she seem? I mean, disposition-wise, about the dance club idea. Yeah, Oda 9. Rocking it or dropping it?
Drop in.
What a pity! That's my favourite thing in the world! And she doesn't like it at all!
A shame. What can we do now? Do you see a way out of this jam? And into a laser-lit future of dance and unity?
Unity. Dance.
She's not gonna go until she's
And
done.
you can't just evict her?
Nah.
Look at you, honour man!
Alright. Let's take a look under the tarps.
No, Noid. He's right. Maybe we've approached it the wrong way after all. I'm sure there's a workaround. We can make a deal not to bother her. If that's okay with her, we only want to get in the church and spread the joy and ecstasy of music.
Right.
The lines in the dark exist. Coexist.
At least Crabman seems like an advanced being. He's hard. He'll understand.
Yeah, he can do his climbing thing in the tower. And the programmer, does she like Nordic dance music?
Should we lie? I want to see the game go through. She does not.
Egghead cannot believe what you just said. It makes him pump the jam a little slower, for a moment, but then he returns to the full swing of it.
No worries. We'll figure it out. If coexisting fails, you can always muscle her out, right? If it's all okay with you, what do you think?
I can try to convince her. We'll see how it goes. We gotta get this game made.
Excellent. Good luck, my friend. Goodbye, officer.
Anything new from you?
True, hard, full, car. Hardcore, yeah!
This young man, or maybe it's not Gotvalian. Maybe it's Oranese.
You know about?
You know Van Eyck?
We've done all of them.
Good.
So good.
The
The Advent. She's the Advent? You made the name Egghead.
Hello again.
Nothing new. Know about the
associate.
Assoc. Just answer the
Sorry.
questions.
To the cops.
Don't know what makes you
Damn.
think it'll be any different. Oh, that.
She's less prone to blurt it.
Go ahead. It's supposed to become like a club, except that. Yeah. Go ahead.
Alright. Do we go back into the church or do we go take a look around? Where's our hat? Oh, we gave our cool hat away. No matter. Logic suggestion. We got a pretty strong brain. Let's have a look. Let's have a look around here. Look around. Oh, we've come up here. This is the shelter and a tower. What about this big space right over here, next to the building? Let's check this out.
A metal payphone under a yellow plastic dome. You could use it to call someone, unless you're out of change.
Who would we call? We got no one to call. Plastic dome is destroyed.
Someone has left an unidentifiable article of clothing on this railing. It smells really bad.
It's mine. Take a
It's
closer look.
streaked with dried seagull shit and tangled with pieces of seaweed. A dangling arm suggests that there might be a jacket beneath the crust of filth. It seems likely that it was left in the surf until someone laid it out on this fence to dry out. Unfortunately, that just seems to have stiffened it into a shapeless mass.
Oof.
Please tell me you're not taking that with you.
It might be a clue.
A clue? You think our suspect is a seagull who's been defecating on unsuspecting jackets?
It could have been multiple goals.
A poet could write a dozen verses and still not begin to capture the profound vexation in that sigh. You should still take it.
Let's take it.
Yes?
Oh, 17% still. Tell me about the
What
case
do you
again.
want to know?
Preliminary
You mean
info.
like a brief? Do you want me to brief you again?
Yes.
3 days ago, the RCM emergencies desk received a report about a security guard who was found. During that time, the victim had been stripped of his belongings. The caller did not identify him, but you...
I've heard enough,
Okay,
Kim.
then. Was there anything else you wanted? Good.
No. I want to talk about
What
you.
about me?
Alright, that's all.
Good. Let's change the subject.
Ooh. Nothing. And nothing over here either. Might as well take a look. No need to walk all the way down this boardwalk. Never know if we'll get back up here. The hell is this? Bars covering dusty windows, huh? Okay. Let's take it all the way.
The remaining windows rattle from a strong gust of wind. They're covered in a thick layer of grime. They must have been like this for 40 years.
Let's make Kim look.
No. I won't even try. You know,
Takes
I had a partner once. They called him Eyes, because he had to show me things. It's that bad.
Can you still shoot, though? Can you still shoot?
Well enough, actually. It's odd how that works. I'm no sharpshooter, but I pass my shooting courses 7 out of 10.
His hands lead the way when it comes to that. And his shoulders. It's reflex.
Well, I'll take a look. Who is this?
You see, a once bright mural towering above you. The signage has peeled off over the years, but you can still make out Feld Electrical R&D.
Turn away. Let's talk to these creeps over here.
And Mikhail noticed the windows, especially with how there are no windows on the south side. This was to deal with.
A blond man stands next to his son, pointing to the weather-worn ruins.
You officers, come to investigate the historic subtext of West Martinez? I'm Tran Heilostam. You must be Kim Kitsuragi, right? I was just telling my son about this building. Not a lot of people realize the historic significance here. Very rich in hypertext.
How do you know my pal here? How do you know my best friend?
Nice to meet you.
Oh, what was that about the
yes.
windows?
So, Mikhail, they had to deal with monitor glare, especially in the summer. They still had vector monitors back then. That was 49 years ago. So they didn't have windows on the south wall.
Hypertext.
Yes, hypertext. Young Carp and the collection of cultural hyperlinks.
You and Kim know each other?
No, I can't say that we've met before, but I've heard of Kim, of course. Mikhail, say hi to the officers.
Kim's a fucking famous super cop all along? This whole time?
Mikhail's a little tired today. We spent all night trying to run Orbis on his radio computer. Have you heard of it? It's a programming language used in Grad. Quite tricky, but he wanted to play this Grad-made adventure program. We've been getting really into Worms lately.
Oh, do you want to make this game for me?
The man speaks in the artificial cadence of a professor, or someone who's been on too many radio shows.
But I assume you're not here for giant worms when there are so many real things to see. Just as I was telling Mikhail before, this is where the Coalition landed in 08. We could be standing on what is the most interesting landmark in Revachol West.
This man is your half-brother. You feel it. But why? Well, get a load of this guy. He really enjoys his trivia. The Orbis programming language was named after its inventor, Victor Orbis, a cybernetician from Grad. They run Vox in the Occidental countries.
You look like someone who has money. Do you have any money? Yeah.
I do have some money, yes, but that's not what's really important here.
No, I mean, come on. You need the money. If it's not a thing, he can give you some.
Could I have some of that unimportant money then?
Oh no, I don't have it on me, officer. I was talking in more general terms.
We're blasting Kim with the light again.
I'm just spending time with my kid here, showing him around the lesser-known parts of our hometown. It wouldn't be wise to carry huge amounts of cash on such expeditions.
So he has small amounts of cash.
Not that he would have to worry about being robbed. He looks surprisingly buff. Does he work out?
What's so fascinating about an empty old building?
Aha! But it's not just any empty old building. What not a lot of people know is this used to be the R&D department of Feld Electrical. And Feld, which now sells ink cartridges mostly, was once a top dog in the turn-of-the-century cybernetics boom.
Hold on. What's R&D?
Look at the building looming over you.
It looks old and weathered, with seagulls picking apart its stone and metal carcass.
The same seagull?
Bushy undergrowth has taken hold of the collapsed rooftop. Some kind of bird has set up a nest on a broken windowsill.
Look at Kim and point to the bird's nest. What's an R&D department?
Apologies, it's an acronym for research and development. They don't use it anymore. You're probably more familiar with RTD, Research and Technological Development.
Yes.
Mea culpa. You are not familiar with that one either. This man is a bookhead.
I don't think I've ever heard of this Feld Electrical.
That's not surprising. Only a vestigial ink cartridge and ferrotape manufacturer remains. They started out as a midway electronics outfit in Königstein 2 centuries ago. After an aggressive move to Revachol, Feld became a global player in the emerging personal electronics market of the pre-revolutionary era. Still, Tricentennial was beating them in business machines. But Feld had an ace up their sleeve. Or should I say, they were developing an ace up their sleeve? I'm mixing my metaphors here.
What was that ace?
It was here in Martinez, possibly in this very building, that they developed prototypes for a tape computer.
Tape?
An elegant folding mechanism of rollers and ferrotape ribbons, portable enough to be a take-it-home solution. Revolutionizing business machines, possibly even bring them to the average consumer.
Ooh.
Which is a feat of engineering even today's giants, Rehm, ICN and ZAM, haven't achieved yet.
He assumes something like a combat stance, facing the wind.
What happened?
Indeed. What?
The revolution!
Damn, kid. Get this kid a handkerchief.
Unfortunately, their moonshot project never made it to the market. Feld's move to Revachol backfired. The revolutionary government liquefied their assets and expropriated those very advanced prototypes. Possibly from this very building, or one of the adjacent ruins. All of this was built by Feld, even the boardwalk. Wild Pines built Martinez proper as a resort for their middle management. Feld built this side of town for R&D.
You're saying that Feld built the boardwalk, yes. What happened to the engineers, the company people? What did the revolutionists do to those advanced tape computers? How do those tape computers work? Did they work like radio computers?
Actually, no one knows. No one even knows what a computer made entirely of tape would look like. But word has it, they were very elegant, exquisite, alien-looking turn-of-the-century hardware.
Buckle up.
10 years ago, I did a little freelancing, I guess you could say. I was a special consultant for an exhibition at the Womty Dumpty Dum Center in Vredefort, Oranje. It raised the same questions, and we had lengthy discussions with Paul Ockerman, who was head curator at the time. This was before the twins Keith and Guy Hughes joined the team, trying to...
Wait, did he just say Wumpty Dumpty Dum Center?
Yeah, he also said a Scott Ockerman name.
He did it. He said Wumpty Dumpty Dum Center, like it's the most natural thing in the world. What the hell is a Wumpty Dumpty Dum Center? And who the hell are Keith and Guy Juiced?
Who the hell are we talking about? The Wumpty Dumpty Dom Center? Paul Ockerman? Exactly.
The Wumpty Dumpty Dum Center for Contemporary Art. The exhibition itself drew on Lagerman's notion of memory, and so there were some parallels. That's why the head curator, Paul Ockerman, chose to...
Kimmy's making this up, isn't he?
In fact, I'm not. The Wumpty Dumpty Dum Center is a place you can visit if you're ever in Vredefort and are ever in the market for an exhibition space / contemporary art research center.
I don't have a point. Damn, I don't have a point. We gotta have this thought. Wumpty Dumpty Dom Center. We gotta have that thought.
But perhaps I should return to the tape computers. As I was saying, the device itself was very elegant, fragile even. One could write directly on the tape using a special chemical solution. The machine would then analyze the handwriting, perform operations, and project output onto a white screen. It was a beautiful, delicate thing.
Made of black film and folding tape structures.
Wumpty Dumpty Dom. The RCM should get some of those.
Even one would be very useful. Though I understand the socio-economic causes of the revolution, it pains me to imagine the revolutionaries setting fire to the precious device. But so they did. The Felt playback experiment vanished into the fires of '07.
Tell me about this experiment.
Yes, the official name of the prototype. Some sources report it as the Felt Playback Experience, but those are incorrect.
Why'd they burn it?
Who knows? Maybe it was an accident, or maybe they didn't want the technology to end up in the wrong hands. Either way, they're all gone now. All 3 versions of the prototype. Nothing but debris and ashes remain inside that building.
Damn. Let's ask exactly what we just learned.
They used them for military communications, but also to write and send out press releases. The most notorious example being Le Décret de Mars.
What?
What's the Mars Decree? I mean the radio transmission sent out to news agencies and world governments by the newly created Commune of Revachol on the 7th of March in the year '02.
A short-lived legislative foundation for a short-lived utopia.
It's a beautiful piece of text, actually. A singer-songwriter I know, Charette, called it a love poem to Revachol on her political concept album, Bon Baiser d'Insolente. You should read it. Every local library in Revachol stocks a copy of the decree.
Ooh.
I tried to get Mikhail to memorize it. Tried to. Someone was much too interested in Worms to be paying any attention.
Okay, what happened to the engineers? Were they executed?
Oh, I'm afraid it didn't end well for the boys. But this story is a bit too dark for little Mikhail here. Now, if you were to ask about tape computers...
Wait, is he saying that we should just bypass the excesses of the revolution?
He means they all died at the hands of communists. I'm good with kids, Kim. No, we'll do tape computers.
Tape computers.
You're saying that this boardwalk...
Yes, they even built a pleasure wheel, but that got destroyed in the war.
Okay, so you talk about the pleasure wheel, but not the murders, okay?
A pleasure wheel?
Yes, to lure in their star engineers. This part of Martinaise was nothing but reeds before Feld arrived. They had to make the prospect of living here attractive. It was supposed to become a global center for innovation in cybernetics. But history had other plans. But of course, what else?
Do you work out?
I do some Lomantang stick fighting now and then.
Holy shit.
Lo Mantang stick fighting is a form of martial arts originating from the island of Lo Mantang. It uses slender wooden sticks for confronting the opponent.
A form of martial arts from the Isle of Lo Mantang, right?
Actually, a great many cultures have their own version of stick fighting, such as the sacred Mabolo tradition of the Harli people. The name deriving from the butterfruit tree traditionally used for crafting the long, slender sticks, whereas the sticks used in other cultures...
You doze off as he paints you a comprehensive picture of the history of stick fighting among mankind, seasoning it with unexpected pop culture references. Man, he's good at speaking. People must love him.
But anyway, I'm boring you with details again. You were saying?
I don't really remember. I'm not really interested in the practice. I just want to know how often you work out now and then. What's, like once a week?
Lomantang stick fighting is a little like a Berolidin addiction. I've been practicing it for nearly 20 years now, so you could say that my doses have grown a little peculiar.
Holy hell, what if we busted it out?
Wait, what does this man know about Pyrrolidon addiction?
Take a look at his face.
You got me, detective. But my history should hardly come as a surprise.
Dad's fighting with sticks every night after dinner for 4 hours. He has a special room for that. And a special costume.
What?
That's right, Mikhail. It also has a meditative quality. Helps to clear my head. But anyway. No, thanks to you for having me and little Mikhail here to pick your brain. A very interesting conversation indeed.
Pick your brain? If anything, this was rather one-sided. He did the talking. Whatever.
We're not going to have this option again for 4 hours.
Whoa. In your hand.
So let's
what a
fucking
funny
do it.
little... The
Open it up.
container is warm to the touch.
Wait, won't Kim
Or
see
is
me
that
slurp
just
it?
What is he? Your mother? Is Kim your au pair? Slurp it. Slurp the morsel of danger joy.
Okay, we're gonna aggressively slurp it.
You suck a manly dose of the extremely chemical
Yeah,
smelling
good.
liquid into your mouth. There, it seeps into your tongue. When you swallow, it's already almost all gone.
It's like a beautiful kiss.
It tastes like many things, all melted into one conflagration in the back of your throat. As you look around, the world slowly exists as it did before. Only now, gentle flames lick at its edges, as though it were a photo burning.
Oh God. On fire?
Not really. It's just a metaphor. The effect of that otherworldly drop of liquid is slower, more subtle than that of real flames, yet just as warm. This warmth, it makes you want to share your discovery with Kim.
we gotta tell him. Oh, we gotta tell him. Kim, I just did a drop the anti-radiation drug.
I'm happy for you.
Do you,
His glasses turn golden as the fire reflects off the lenses. You feel this man is your brother. Just don't mix it with anything, he thinks, looking you over. Thankfully, his sense of balance seems okay.
Okay,
Whatever.
okay. We're
I'm
gonna
not
mix it with
getting
something.
involved. Wow, Kim's badass. Or he's had a druggy partner. Whoa.
He's pretty
That's
badass.
probably it. He's seen it before. Look at all these guys go off like fireworks as information pours into you about the lieutenant's simple remark. I'm happy for you.
This is gonna be.
This stuff is great.
This is gonna be so useful.
Already you can tell you're going to be slurping
Hell
a
yes.
lot more Pyrrolidon. This stuff is going to give you insight into that little flickering light hidden in all human beings.
In the bottom right corner of the screen, there's a Pyrrolidon button.
Ooh.
Gives +1 to psyche skills. Empathy, suggestion, authority, inlet.
Holy shit. Did I waste it for
again.
no reason? I did. It's okay, Kim. We're on drugs. Oh, we're gonna break in. We're gonna break in with the bars, Buster. Oh, we got the bar. No, we need the tunes. We gotta have the tunes. We're not breaking in. What's in this box? Oh, this is Money Alley. This is where the riches are, eh? Alright, let's go explore. If we can't get inside, that'd be a pretty nice house. Yeah, what are we looking at? Buzz. What are we... Wait. Item gained. A makeshift roof. What item did we gain? This one has hell. Okay. Let's take a look. Let's take a look. What's this table? Change. Oh, look at this. We're rich. A big wine canister, but we cannot take it. Hold on. Careful there.
What is that awful smell?
Is that me? Oh, it's that jacket we picked up. What is it?
You've never smelled anything this bad before. It's pungent, but with a faintly cloying sweetness like cheap perfume on death itself.
Okay.
Something cold wakes in the pit of your stomach. Fear.
Burutaku.
The signs of decaying meat. It announces itself from 24 meters away. A warning. A memento mori.
Heads up, Lieutenant.
The lieutenant has already brought a handkerchief to his nose.
Something is fucked up here. This guy shit his pants.
There's
So
some
let's
tear,
go.
an empty cigarette package, and a crumpled kebab wrapper in the trash bin.
Let's grab that tear.
2 empty bottles of Tallulah vodka and a can of black potent porter is all you find.
Take it.
A tragedy.
Okay, well, let's look at the cigarette package, Kim.
Whoever tossed it here was a heavy
Damn.
smoker. The brand name reads Red Astra. Red Astra is the black market version of Astra cigarettes, known for their high tar content.
Nice. What's
You
this
see
kebab?
traces of mayonnaise and ketchup on it, as well as a tomato wedge. The wrapper reads Shish Kebab Revachol. It's no older than a day or two. No mold yet.
Okay. Yo, is this your doing?
A
Is this your
man
kebab?
lies on the boardwalk.
Working
His
class
limbs
corpse.
bent and neck turned at an unnatural angle.
Oh
Right next to him
no!
is an
Fuck
empty
him!
bottle of spirits. In his cramped hand, a chewing gum wrapper.
Oh, we got. Oh no!
Hold on.
The lieutenant squats.
Lividity is faintly pronounced. Whoever this is has been dead for 2 days. No longer. We need to investigate.
Another dead body. This is your job. Steel yourself.
We're about to do this in 1 second.
Calm now. Carefully.
We
Just
know
another
who he
dead-
is.
Just another dead body.
We know his background.
Breathe.
We know everything. We know his entire life history. We just gotta solve the end. We just gotta write that last chapter. Look at his clothes.
He's wearing mud-caked boots, beige trousers, and an old brown leather jacket with a bright blue lining. There are traces of kebab sauce on his chest.
Okay, 2 days. Lines up with the kebab.
The leather jacket suits him well. It must be custom made. A cool leather jacket with a bolt of blue? Oh no.
Yep.
This sounds terribly familiar.
Nah, logic, we're way ahead of
You
you.
find some sunflower seeds and a rain-soaked library card folded into two. His jacket feels sodden and heavy under your hand.
Holy shit. What if we put the sunflower seeds in the sandwich? I'm feeling this beat. Is there music here that's usually playing? Because I hate to be missing out on that, but I'm loving to be getting up on this.
Good. We should take a look at that library card after this is done.
Let's take a look at the man himself first, Kim.
The man has fallen through a crack in the boardwalk and hit his head against the metal bench. Coagulated blood covers his black hair.
Oh.
One of his feet is still dangling through the hole.
Not a murder at all.
You have to be quite inebriated to fall that bad. Well over a liter of pure ethanol, 3 bottles of wine, or 1.5 of spirits. Or maybe it was just dark.
Well, let's take a closer look.
His expression is dull, like the sea behind him. Drops of water shining on his moustache. His
What's
eyes,
up?
empty and wide, look frightening in their frozen gaze.
Oh my god. Chat, why are you so small? Let's pop that mofo out.
Height,
Nothing.
170 to 175 centimeters.
Oh shit, it's Red Mom.
Age, approximately 50 to 60
Nice.
years.
I do not know what that game is. Let's take a look
There's
around.
some dried blood on the metal bench, right where the corpse's head rests. The floorboards are rotten and slippery wet around the hole. An empty bottle lies nearby. A chewing gum wrapper is clutched in
It is a
his
space
fist.
game.
Nice. This motherfucker came out here to look out this rotten spyglass. Like some sort of Great Gatsby. We don't want to step on the floorboards. We're gonna die. Let's do this right now. Oh my god. Look at his head.
A dried chunk of blood covers the hair at the back of his head. An open wound. It's sticky and cold to your touch.
Back of his head where he fell?
I don't see any other major wounds, do you?
It is hard to say.
Seems like the head wound was fatal. It's exactly the shape of the bench.
Examine the bench. Look at the bottle.
A .75 liter Tallulah vodka with its cap missing. There's
Tallulah?
hardly
Tallulah?
anything left inside. It's mid-market spirits with a slight touch of menthol. The man meant to enjoy himself, have a good time.
Tear all around us.
yet we can't put it in the bag. What's that about? I don't want to step on. I don't want to step on the floorboards.
Spearmint chewing
Can we
gum.
make him step on the
Green
floorboards?
leaves on the cover. The man's mouth is half agape from the terror of the fall.
Look in.
The blackness of death. Stench. You think you see white chewing gum too?
He ate the whole pack, right? It's to cover the smell of alcohol before going home. The worst thing is...
What do you think the worst thing is?
I've seen it before. Almost the same scenario. Even the chewing gum. It's always the same.
I don't want... let's step on the floorboard.
They screech under your feet ominously. It's hard to say whether the dead man's weight was the cause of the boardwalk to break. It definitely looks fragile. He could have easily disappeared into the sea through that hole, and you would have never found him.
But we did. Now we have to tell his wife.
The entire boardwalk creaks in the wind as you take a step back.
What do we do with him?
From where I stand, I can see two options. We either take the case and follow the leads to identify the body on our own, or we report back to the station and leave this for our colleagues to handle.
I think this is a guy. I think this is already our guy.
He sounds like Kratos.
Kim? Kim sounds like Kratos? No, you're talking about the mind. The mind voice. Kind of. Just a low, gravelly voice. I think this is already our case. We gotta take
All
it.
right. We should first examine the library card you found. Then we can call the station from my kinema. Let them know we are taking the case.
Who is this man?
Looks like one of the locals. He'd have to know this spot to come here. You don't just walk over here.
He looks south.
But that's just a lazy assumption. What do you think?
Well, I think we gotta take a look around.
A dead working-class man with a bottle in his hand? Don't deceive yourself. You know who this is.
We know exactly who this is, Logic. We know who this is. It's the working class woman's missing husband, dead on the boardwalk.
The woman you met at the book stand? Why do you think it's her husband?
The working class.
Because it's the most working-class death you've ever seen.
And it's the jacket. The blue was custom done, huh? Point at
the
the
bright
jacket.
blue lining? Well, he's definitely someone's husband.
What do you think happened here?
Death by misadventure. He slipped and fell through the boardwalk. A truly unfortunate accident. If it wouldn't have been for that
it's
bench,
related to the
he'd be
lynching,
alive.
alright. Ooh. Do you think he was drunk?
Oh, yes.
What about alcohol poisoning and liver failure?
Some symptoms of acute alcohol poisoning could have definitely played a role here. Severe confusion, respiratory depression, unpredictable behavior. But I think that death arrived through head trauma, not liver failure.
What about that kebab?
What about it? The deceased ate some kebab. It's probably from a nearby place, maybe in the parks.
Do you want to go check it out?
Sometimes a kebab is just a kebab.
Someone should be held responsible.
They'll seal this place off after the news reaches the coalition officials. I doubt that they have enough resources to actually repair the boardwalk. Not that sealing it off would keep anyone away. All it does is keep the city council's hands clean.
Right on. Could it be related to the lynching?
No, I don't see anything that points in that direction. For now, let's treat this case as a simple, albeit sad, accident, unrelated to the murder case.
Agreed. If this somehow converges later, why not? But keep it simple for now.
Right.
It does seem to be a pretty straightforward.
Let's take a look at that card. Where was it? Library card. Nope. Library card.
The library card is folded into two and still slightly wet to the touch. The front side reads, Central General
Why is it
Public
wet?
Library Card, issued to Billy Mejean, expires July 53. Billy is a unisex name. Could be the deceased or his family member.
Look at the back side.
If lost, please return the card to the library. Dial 005.
It does go to Jamrock, according to the lady.
55211.
The missus.
Or visit us at Moreau Street, 78, Jamrock. Business hours, 900 to 1800.
Good. We should give them a call from my kinema. See if we can learn anything about Billy Mejean.
Good idea. There was plenty of information here to go by.
Let's take a look inside, though.
Whoever owns this card is an avid reader. You find a list of books written in blue pencil. Radio thriller. Stand a little less between me and the sun. The last one in the list is The Glinton Curve by M. Theobald. A library stamp indicates that the book has been returned. Most of these titles seem to be in the sci-fi genre.
Okay, what does that tell us? What does it really tell us? I don't think that really tells us anything.
As you hold it in your hands, it makes an uncomfortable crunching sound.
Man, how did this jacket get so disgusting?
It's a sordid, filthy tale, not for the weak. Are you sure you can stomach it? Some secrets are better left uncovered. Don't even try. Seriously.
Think about it.
It occurs to you that you're not even holding the jacket itself, but rather the thick crust of jetsam and seagull shit that ensconces it.
That's pretty cool. It's pretty
Why?
cool.
Why did you think about it? Look at your hands. They're covered in muck.
Flick our hands.
Now you're just flicking
Damn.
that shit everywhere. This is a disaster.
Damn.
You'll never get the smell out.
Damn. RCM badge.
A police badge on which you see the photo of a man. You. Some
Where did we
seaweed
get
is
this?
stuck to the back.
I found my
At
badge.
least something good came out of all this.
Let's study the badge. We
Encased
go talk to
between
Joyce.
two durable plastic sheets is a bluish card with lines of information.
When did
and
we
a
get
watermark
this?
in the shape of the street grid of Revachol West. You see a photo, a name, a rank, a document number, the date of issue, and, in the lower right corner, your precinct.
Put it away. What else do we get? Oh, we got the sandwich still. It's the last thing I remember. It's the sandwich. Did we get it out of the car? Hold on to something. I got just the thing to hold on to. Why can I not sip? Where is my sip option? Box in here though. Okay, so we're gonna get some sick shades. What else? What's in here? Cash, always good to have. So we do have some stuff to do inland now. No secret doors. Where's my boom box? Where are my tunes? Can we make the call from this? Right here?
A metal payphone.
Pick it up. Pick it up. Who's it gonna be, Yvonne?
You hear the tone. The machine is inoperable.
Let's dial a random number.
Calling. Still calling. This feels wrong. Should you be doing this?
Yes.
End of tone. Someone picks up.
Pierre? Is that you, Pierre?
The voice is female and sounds about 100 years old. This is not Pierre.
Do you have any news about Pierre?
Who is Pierre?
He's my sister's grandson. He used to visit me as a lad. Fine young man. But who are you, then? A salesman of some sort? Modern goods are rubbish, and I can't afford them anyhow. It's a shame what you did to our country.
I don't know who I am, but who are you?
I was a baroness.
Oh, money!
Pause. There is silence on the other end.
You won't get me, and you won't get my money.
Phone hanging up.
Oh, no.
Disconnect tone.
Dial another random number.
Calling. Still again? Seriously, someone with a masculine voice picks up.
Hello, Gerard speaking.
Oh, the completionist here to steal some charity money.
Hello, Gerard. Technically speaking, you're electricity. No, what you are is a surprise. Get his wife on the phone.
Is electricity there? Hey, Gerard, get your wife for me, will ya?
Who is this?
Get her on. It's Harry. It's Pierre. Now put her on.
Who the fuck do you think you are talking to me like that?
I'm the guy who's fucking your wife, Gerard. Pierre the Piper, they call me. You gonna pay the piper? You gonna pay Pierre?
Just tell me what's going on here. Bien, come here.
The sounds are muffled. You can make out two people, a man and a woman called Bien. They're talking to each
Pierre
other
and Bien.
in agitated voices. There's a shuffle of feet. Children, maybe. More shouting. You're pretty sure you hear a man saying fuck several times. Then the crackle in the phone line gets violently louder, like the surf breaking.
Let's keep you talking,
You
Gerard.
can't make out a single word, just vague voices. One more, a child has joined. Something breaks or falls over. Footsteps approaching. Something hits the phone with a loud crack of plastic and microphone hiss.
What the hell are you doing?
Ooh, you're right. Ooh, you're right, kid.
You're right. You shouldn't have. Let's just go. I've had enough of this phone booth.
One more phone booth.
You pick up the handset. There's a tone. The machine is operable.
Dang.
The lieutenant shrugs apathetically, then walks a little distance away to concentrate on his...
Dial around done.
Calling. Still.
Stop calling me, man.
Uh-oh.
I'll get you your money, alright? I just need till tonight. Let me work.
Bring it to the whirligin rags.
Tethys. Hey! You're not Tethys. Screw you, and don't ever call here again. You're fucking with some serious people.
Disconnect tone.
Are we about done with this now?
One more.
Calling.
I'm tired.
Oh, man. I'm tired, too.
If I could go just 1 month without writing, no, 2 months, I could regenerate my brain. Fucking liberalism.
The man disappears with a sigh. You do not hear the customary disconnect tone, just silence in the handset. The machine is still waiting for you to dial a number. Seems like it did not have time to swallow the coin. This sometimes happens. Lucky you. The call went too fast for the payphone to register. You can still make a new one without paying.
Let's go for it.
You close your eyes and
Damn.
feel your finger move on the rotary dial. You start with 005, as before. The area code for Revishol's zone of control, followed by 7 digits at random. The last one makes the silence turn into a ring. It's calling. Still calling. Still. Time keeps passing. In the distance, seagulls squawk. No one is home at this number. But the coin, it's still in there. You find yourself thinking, what were you trying to achieve by closing your eyes? Did you want your muscle memory to take over and call somewhere? Where? Home? He doesn't have a home. His home is under a boat.
Ooh, we do have a home. We got a nice little shack. It's over this way. Box. With some cash. Water runs from the west. A broken pipe. How did we know? No boat in the boathouse. Boathouse is shoddily constructed. Okay, well. We're no carpenter, but we'll slam them like that, I guess.
That patch of reeds over there, it's a great place to hide something. Kind of out of the way, being so close to the water.
What is this about?
Nothing. Just a hunch. The hunch passes, leaving you there, by the old boy bobbing in the water. Time to go.
Number 11. Oh, damn. Can we get nothing now?
Here we go. Nice and
Hey.
easy. No way out, little guys. Not out of this jam.
There's a cylinder on the ground in which the man is arranging some netting. It looks like some kind of trap. He notices you.
Who's there? Oh, the police. Hello, officers.
Hello, the cryptozoologist.
His self-conscious enthusiasm renders his movements ungainly. He looks like your understanding of a scientist.
Is that the police? Why are the police here?
Don't worry, Gary. I'll handle it.
You must be moral.
To what do I owe the pleasure?
That's sarcasm. He takes no pleasure from your appearance.
Of course. Thank you for passing along the message. That damn waterlock is broken, and we can't go all the way around the 881.
The waterlock's been fixed.
Oh, good. We should really be getting back. Gary could use a hot shower and a warm bed.
Did he say we can go back now?
Yes, Gary. We can go soon. If you see Lena, tell her I won't be long.
Hey, no problem.
Sir, your wife is waiting for you.
I just have to do one more round. See if the phasmid has taken the bait. Then we go in.
Tell me about the phasmid.
Well, first of all, it's damn difficult to find, which is why we've been knee-deep in the reeds laying traps for it.
Right. What makes it so difficult to find?
Good question. Being a phasmid of the order Phantasmodea, a ghost insect, it disguises itself as plant matter. In this case, the reeds. Awful lot of reeds around, aren't there?
Ton of them. Shit ton of reeds. Reeds at the wazoo.
And I suspect it may have also developed other specialised techniques to protect itself from predators or scientists in their present case.
Okay. What techniques?
It's my hypothesis that it has evolved certain electrochemical defences that allow it to interfere with animal perception, impeding pattern recognition, confusing the visual cortex.
Oh. Same thing with computers?
But I cannot describe how these defences work, much less how they evolved, without studying a live specimen.
Yes, it makes perfect sense. You're beginning to suspect there's something paranatural about this phasmid.
Maybe it's a crab phasmid instead.
A ghost insect, he said? These people are looking for a ghost.
No, that is precisely what we're not. We are zoological specialists, looking for an extant species of phasmid.
Right. How big is the phasmid?
I'm expecting it to be quite giant. One known species of phasmid, called the Megaphasmodeozoensis, is about the size of a grown man's forearm. So,
Why are you so interested in this stick bug?
typical rookie assumption. Insects are much more sophisticated creatures than those unversed in zoology give them credit for. Even simply catching a glimpse of the Insulindian phasmid would be the apex of any cryptozoologist's career. But to study it and its defences, find out how it stayed hidden so long.
That's the real money.
Would be glory itself.
Very little, I'm sorry to say. No one's ever captured a specimen, so all our information is based on first and third-hand accounts.
So no one's ever found one?
Not yet. That's what makes it a cryptid.
Just out of curiosity, if there's no proof of its existence, how do you know it's real?
I know it's real.
It's clear that his obsession with the phasmid is driven by something more than the pure pursuit of scientific advancement.
By which I mean, I've heard enough first-hand accounts to believe quite firmly that the Insulindian phasmid is more than mere superstition.
Right. Lena said there was a sighting.
Yes, the most recent sighting was by a couple of teenagers along the coast here. That's what brought us to Martinez specifically. It's the first credible sighting in several decades. Admittedly, it's an unusual location for this species, but with all the sewage runoff upstream, it probably doesn't matter much anymore.
I see, maybe it likes eating all the shit.
I have to resist the thought. Such an extraordinary creature is doubtlessly highly resilient. After all, it's generally thought to be capable of parthenogenesis.
What in the who? The mouse has gone missing. And I need refilling. We gotta pause so the time doesn't go. We gotta pause so time don't flow. There it is. There it is. Alright, I'll be back in a minute. Oh wow, if I finish that burp, I feel like I was gonna vomit. That's crazy.
Come closer. Enter. It's time to begin your journey. Down. You contacted us. Now you've been chosen to join us in the underground. The PlayStation Underground. This is your initiation. To a select few, we will dispatch news about upcoming games, special offers, demos. Who knows what awaits you as a member? Log on to the PlayStation Underground website to travel deep into the underworld of PlayStation. To get immediate access to more demos and news, experience the PlayStation Underground CD magazine. 2 CDs per issue, 4 issues a year. 8 discs with playable demos. Interviews with the game makers, behind the scenes at PlayStation events, hints, downloadable codes, and more. Be the first to get information on the next generation of PlayStation and see what you've only been hearing about. Finally, a magazine that doesn't make you read. It lets you play. Call 1-800-983-SONY or log onto the website to get 1 year's worth of issues and over 40 demos for less than the cost of a new game. As a PlayStation Underground member, you now have access to all the inside information a gamer could dream of. You're underground now. There's no going back.
Genesis?
Yes. The females don't need males to reproduce. Makes it easier for a species to survive in adverse conditions.
Holy shit. Man, let me tell you, you get older, start drinking gallon after gallon of lemon water. Or you cut out them DCs early. You gotta cut out the DC. That's pretty clever. The male is a deficient life form. The world would be better off if women didn't need men to reproduce. Females reproducing without males, a travesty, a crime against passion and common sense. This arouses no special feelings in me. That's pretty clever.
Yes, the Insulindian phasmid is a very clever insect. That's why it's so damn difficult to catch. But as a scientist, I'll try my best to remain dispassionate.
Tell me about these traps.
Well, they
Yes.
may not look impressive, but Lena designed them quite cleverly, so I'm sure they'll do the trick.
She designed them? She got the look of a killer.
Yes.
How do they work?
Simple. Attracted by the locusts, the phasmid crawls down the funnel and, having eaten its fill, can't get back out.
The stick bug gets too fat? I mean, flies do, but like, these look like some pretty big funnels to me. Your foot's getting through that funnel, boy.
At least, that's the intention. The net isn't a perfect solution, but we didn't want to use anything that might damage the specimen's delicate exoskeleton.
What are you using as bait?
Locusts. Nearly all known phasmids are herbivores, of course. But we've hypothesized that the Insulindian phasmid might occasionally prey on other insects.
So you're taking the occasional run. We're off the drugs.
Inside the traps, a
Damn.
number of locusts crawl and tumble over one another in a tiny, chittering swarm. A meat-eating stick insect? Does it pretend to be the reeds as part of its ambush behavior? This seems unlikely.
Carnivorous stick insects.
Thank you for your opinion. We have also included plant material in the traps to satiate your skepticism.
So how will you know?
Not a big fan of skepticism, this one.
Okay, what'll you do if the traps don't work?
They'll work, I assure you. The predatory hypothesis,
Yeah,
using
they'll work,
locusts as
alright.
bait, accounts for the failure of
If they
previous
don't
efforts
work,
by
we
other
come for your
teams,
buddy Kim,
which use plants.
and we'll take his
We have
places
given
and
this
his
some
gun,
thought.
and you'll both go around town being non-glasses, non-gun-having cops. Alright, let me ask you about something else.
Yes. What?
How did you become a cryptozoologist?
I've just always liked animals and
This
puzzles.
guy's less of a fun
Searching
adventure
for
than I was
cryptids
hoping.
is a bit of both.
He seems reluctant to talk about himself, but he'll open up, if you prod a little.
So you're living your childhood dream out here.
It's not child's play. Just because I have to trade through the mud every so often.
Have you ever discovered a cryptid?
No. Very few cryptids are ever discovered, and not for a lack of trying. To stay hidden is a cryptid's primary quality. It's even in the name, cryptid.
I'm sorry, what was that?
Of the list of cryptids kept by the Cryptozoological Society of Chemnee, which is 4,082 items long.
Chemnee?
About 2,000 have been
Chemnee.
confirmed as hoaxes. 2 are categorized as confirmed discoveries. The rest are in differing stages of discovery, refutation, and data collection.
Only 2 of... I want to hear about these 2.
Yes, the Chateau Quan forest pygmy, who turned out to be an extinct species of primate, and a cave salamander from Hugo Grad, who is, honestly, quite unremarkable. It's in a zoo somewhere. We cryptozoologists are brutally honest with ourselves, more so even than the public. With cryptids, most cryptids are hoaxes or they are never found. That does not mean we should stop searching.
Not approvingly. Then the Insulindian phasmid will be the 3rd.
Indeed. If our expedition is successful, every paper in the world will report on it. From Revachol to Duchantu. It will be a zoological miracle.
Somebody warn Antu.
He has clearly done his math on this. There is no surprising him or swaying his opinion.
Alright, well, thank you for that.
Yes?
Let's talk about some specific cryptids.
Alright. What cryptids precisely? I usually discuss these things with specialists, so I don't know what.
We would have to discuss. He wants to say, but decides against it. You need to ask him about specific cryptids. Cryptids you've heard about from Lena or his friend Gary. He won't just talk.
Tell me about... I kind of want to know about the green pen, but also the gnome. Let's do the pen.
I see you've been talking about cryptids with Lena. The kind green ape is one of her favourites. We travelled to South Safra to look for it once. Gary and I got stuck in a rainstorm, though, and had to spend most of our time there in a little village. The search was fabulously unsuccessful, but the people were very nice. I'm glad they didn't understand what Gary was saying about them.
Gary's a bit of a sod, is he?
What? South Safra? They're just on a different rung of the ladder, Morale. I had no problem with them.
Ooh, this guy is kind of got like a Bobcat Gold, like a real tone down.
What?
I'm not gonna do a Bobcat.
Really?
Maybe if I took
Complaining
the
about
headphones
how
off.
dirty everything is. We
But now I can't hear Mora. Damn.
They're a nascent culture. I just didn't feel comfortable. And
culture.
Let's change the topic.
Nah, see, that's...
okay? Talk about your
I'd have to hear him.
critters.
I'd have to hear
Or
something.
whatever.
I gotta go rewatch.
Yes, back to cryptozoology.
Yes.
You don't want to sow disagreement between friends.
Fuck you, Gary. Tell me about the gnome of Jeroma.
Formerly the most dangerous, yes. But do you know the most dangerous living cryptid?
I can try to guess.
Believe me, you won't guess it. You either know or you don't.
Ah.
The most dangerous cryptid is a carnivorous ruminant, known colloquially as the dread moose.
Oh my god. What is the inscription? Is it long elk? Is this the long elk?
Yes, the dread moose subsists entirely on flesh. It has even been known to dig up fresh graves in search of sustenance.
Does it attack people?
Human remains have been found deep in the forest, torn apart, then trampled into the mulch by large hooves. Infer from that what you will.
Okay, it was eaten by wolves and then stomped to death by other things. Stomped into the ground by other things. What does it look like?
Just like an ordinary ardent moose.
Well... What?
You can't. That's what makes it so dreadful and hard to identify.
A moose that looks like any other moose. What's going on here? He's kidding, right?
A serial killer moose.
The bodies found in the forest are just one piece of physical evidence. There's more.
Okay.
The recent surge in the moose population has hidden carnivores. The dread moose are effectively removing competition for both themselves and their evolutionary cousins.
Why wouldn't they just eat the other moose?
Moose are already being hunted for sport. Can you imagine what would happen if they came to be viewed as predators?
Jaws? What exactly is this relationship?
The carnivorous moose are a very young species, the result of a genetic mutation that fared well in the process of natural selection. It makes sense that such a majestic animal with natural weapons, antlers, would come to rule the forest. The only strange thing is that it took so long.
Are there any reliable eyewitness accounts of the moose killing other
One
animals?
slaughterhouse at the outskirts of the woods in Vasa reported that its staff kept seeing moose in the distance. The moose would just stare at the building, as though they were waiting for something. Its eyes bloodshot and full of cruelty.
That does sound suspicious.
And that's not all. Some of the slaughterhouse apprentices went hiking by a nearby creek and saw a moose nibbling on an unidentified carcass.
This isn't something unique. Various species of deer have been known to scavenge when plant food is scarce.
Anyway, there is more than enough evidence to justify a thorough search for the dread moose. Let's close the subject before it turns into an argument.
We gotta have this thought. Wompty womp. Or maybe the derealization. Oh, maybe we do need to do that. Let's hit it. Rhetoric. Maybe, but Psyche... Like, what's the best move here? Inland Empire's down to 4 for some reason? We don't like that.
Here is a man who has had more than his fair share of heated arguments, and would, surprising as it may seem, prefer not to have any more.
Okay, what about the giant of Coco Noodle?
That's impressive, I guess. But have you seen it with your own eyes?
No.
Of course you haven't.
Have you?
I haven't had a chance to travel to Coco North. No. And I likely never will. The Samaskill desert region has been embroiled in a small civil war for the last 8 years. I fear this mindless barbarism may have wiped out the elusive creature entirely. Sightings of towering luminosities have grown rare recently, while they once used to be constant.
Yes, sightings of mirages are constant. A mirage is a constant phenomenon that people have no time to report when a war is going on. It remains unclear what this has got to do with you seeing it, as he was inquiring before. He was just being defensive.
Tell me about Cryobacter.
Oh, everyone knows about that one, thanks to Professor Mijanu being the talk of the town for a time.
A bit of jealousy there. He'd want that glory, truth be told, even if he'd have to inject himself with bacteria to get it.
Although, probably because her life ended as a result of her work in Gutler, no one remembers her contributions to the search for the Nongok.
The Nongok?
A flightless cursor owl found in the Seminine Isles. Its long legs permit the Nongok to run faster than any other avian. Perhaps any other animal. Who knows?
Shit,
when it's not
dude,
hunting its prey in this manner, the Ock hangs from tree branches, like a bat, waiting to dive on hapless prey below on the jungle floor. Mijanu liked extreme animals, you see. One of the few figures of the academic establishment I respect. Really a shame she disappeared.
When did she go?
Oh, decades ago. In the 30s. I didn't know her personally, of course. The chasm of academic pretension still stood before us, even though she had unusual courage for someone from the other side.
Tell me about the coolest one.
No offense, officer, but I'm not much of a pedagogue. I don't know what I would have done if Lena hadn't persuaded me to go back to field research. You should ask her if you want interesting stories. Me? I'm not a people person. unless you haven't noticed. And I don't make a good lecturer. My strength lies in field work and persistence. By all means.
Time to return to your woman,
Right,
boy.
woman. You mean my wife, I assume? I will return to her. I can't leave before we finish with these traps. My wife understands that just as well as anyone.
Come on, Morale. We've been soaking out here for days. It's time to go back.
And leave the traps? Absolutely not. I won't let Lena down.
Come on, she wants us back. I'm soaked up to my nuts over here. We'll both catch reed crabs if we don't dry out soon.
I didn't know the phasmid was so important to her.
Of course it's important to her. She's seen it. A verified sighting, on record. One of only 4 this century, and it's hers.
She's seen it?
She didn't tell me nothing about that.
Yes, that's how we first came to know one another, in fact. But that's her story to tell, not mine.
Needless to say, you must ask her about the mysterious phasmid.
Suffice to say, it's long been our dream to find proof of the Insulindian phasmid together. I can't abandon course now.
Just go warm up at the Whirlin.
No. The traps need to be monitored on a regular schedule. What would we do if the phasmid were to starve while we were sipping tea at the hostel?
He's dead set on this.
What if we check the traps for you?
I didn't expect you to take such an interest in our work here, officer.
Chaos is my method.
Well, be that as it may, I'd really appreciate the help.
Where are these traps?
There are 4 in total. One is to the south, on this little peninsula, by the boathouses there. It's very near.
One south, by the boathouses.
Another we set in Land's End, to the northeast. It's behind a small sand dune there, on your way to the old radio tower, after the church.
By the radio tower.
The third is set near the canal, where you crossed, by a concrete slab. A big thicket of reeds going up the slope, and among them, you should check at least one of those before returning to this one, since I just said it. This one's more of a technicality, but still, better safe and stupid than sorry.
That seems like a lot. Do we really have time for this extracurricular venture?
Aren't you having fun? With the pursuit of knowledge.
If you think it's important, you have been right before.
What do I do if there's a phasmid?
Bring it to me at once. Just make sure the trap is closed tight.
He's not comfortable with the possibility that you'll claim the find, but he's lying about this even to himself.
What if I encounter the phasmid in the wild?
That's highly unlikely, officer. But in the event you do, I'll spray you with a pheromone mixture I developed.
Nice.
It's made of musk and research chemicals. The pheromone should attract the insect to you, or at least prevent it from bolting at the sight of you. It's quite potent. Will last you about a week.
Lay it on me thick. He douses you with the old, odd-smelling spray. A double helping as you present your other armpit, and then gives you a satisfying
I hope
high.
you're not buying this. He dispenses it without letting you touch the canister, so it would be precious like holy water.
It is precious. A single dose cost me 50 real to develop. Not that I expect you to understand self-financing one's own research.
Damn. Let's go.
Right. Which means you two can pack up and go back to the boiling.
Finally, someone's talking sense.
Thank you for your help. Gary and I will start breaking down camp. If you have any more questions, now's the time to ask.
What about his eager-to-leave friend Gary there? Talk to him too, perhaps.
Alright, let's go talk to Gary.
Hello, I'm Gary.
Hello.
Very generous of you to help us out, officer. Yellow Man. I mean, officer.
Damn.
The lieutenant raises his eyebrows slightly and takes out his notebook.
Write it down, kid.
I'm just waiting for my friend Morel to finish up with his insect traps so we can return to civilization.
Not a lover of the great outdoors.
I like nature, just not this bloody coast. It's mostly drunks and degenerates that come here.
Degenerates? This man respects authority too much. To see the truth inscribed upon thine own visage. Pretend thou art a paragon of virtue.
I'm neither of those. By the books, degenerates. Been trained to identify the slightest hint of degeneracy.
Oh, I didn't mean it in any scientific way.
I'm holding a beer right now. Are you a cryptozoologist too?
No. I help Morel with research sometimes, and I've learned some things along the way. But I don't usually go in for picnics like this on my own.
After all this time with Morel, he must have an opinion on cryptids. This could lead to a good one.
Do you have a favorite cryptid?
Oh, yes. The burning rhino. Morel doubts he's real, but I don't much care, because I won't be the one looking for him out in Safra Serai.
What is the burning rhino?
A rhinoceros that looks ordinary during the day, but burns brightly by night. Well, at least the males do.
But why do they burn?
They have special ducts just above their shoulder blades that secrete a combustible fluid. When the rhino is just beginning to light itself, it looks as though it has wings of fire.
But how is this combustible fluid lit?
Yeah, how does that work?
The rhino starts running very fast to build heat, then stops, raises its head, and sparks fly from its neck, setting its back ablaze.
I want to be just like that rhino.
We don't really do that around here.
Perhaps we should have more such decisive action in Revacon. You know, this city used to be a flaming rhino once. A long time ago.
Why only the males?
The flames are not just for decoration. They are an integral part of the beast's mating behavior. During the burning rhino's mating season, herds of male rhinos, all aflame, encircle herds of female rhinos, forming a fiery ring as they begin to copulate loudly.
Damn, Gary the Freak.
Local peasants call it the passion ring. They fear the rhinos, as perhaps they should. Anyway.
The lieutenant sighs without looking up from his notes. It's clear the burning rhino is dear to him on many levels, some even spiritual.
You were surprised to see my colleague.
Not many Sealites here, or anywhere, other than Sale. I meant no offense, truly.
Do you remember how, when we met Measurehead and I said the next races will be a really good one?
Yes.
Well, this is that racist.
Oh, our lucky one. Will you grant us 3 wishes, Gary?
Hey, man. All I meant was there are not many Sealites around here. I'm just stating a fact.
The lieutenant is a native of Revachol.
Oh, yes. Of course he is. I was just speaking about his connections. Let's change the subject.
His glaces?
Sounds like some conspiracy topic. You might be able to discuss it with him when the lieutenant isn't here, if you can remember it.
You know anything about the murder?
Oh, so that's what the RCM in Martinez is about. Great. Great to hear someone's finally taking care of that.
So you do know something about it?
No. Nothing. He was some kind of mercenary. But everyone here knows that. I'm just glad to hear you're looking into it. That's all.
He's not feeling very comfy in his clothes, is he? strange.
He knows something.
He didn't kill him or anything, but there's something going on here.
Interesting. Interesting. 11. One down south by the
There's a trap in
boathouses.
the reeds at your feet. Looks like the same one you saw Morel set before. Same mesh, same wiring.
Look around.
Behind you, the ruins of a residential building rise over the reeds, shielding them from the wind. The reeds rustle confidently.
Reach for the trap.
Locusts are crawling around in the trap, confused but uneaten. You see no carnivorous reed phasmid gorging on them.
Big surprise. Anyway, 1 down, 3 to go.
No need to grin. I'm not expecting to find anything. Oh, it'll be in the next one, surely.
Surely. Anyway, the air is nice and fresh here.
What if we checked it again and it was in there? Oh, I see.
This is the trap Morel just set. Checking it over, he said, is just a technicality. But
reach for the trap.
This trap is also full of panicked locusts. No sign of any cryptozoological beast inside.
Another empty trap.
The next one is the lucky one.
Yep. The next one has a crab trapped in it. These are just crab traps, you do realize.
Ah, let's look
The
around
reeds
though.
by the abandoned campsite hiss and shake. The later it gets, the colder. Remnants of the camp can still be seen in the sand. The fire that's gone out. You feel strange, somehow.
Where was the last one? There's one's up by the radio tower. I don't remember where the other one is, though. I don't think it would be on the dock. We'll have to look in the notes. What? What? Where is the trap? Aha.
This trap's not too hard to spot, once you know what to look for. Keeping it hidden has not been a priority for the cryptozoologist.
Have a look
The
around.
reeds sway in the coastal breeze. They seem to be waiting for something. The wind picks up here, near the cape's end, surrounding the narrow strip of land from 3 cardinal directions. It's nothing but locusts in this trap as well. Definitely no cryptozoological monstrosity.
Empty as all of them. One more of these and we are done.
You getting tired?
No, I'm fine. I didn't mean to complain, it's just...
Let's leave. Concrete by a bridge? I never passed a concrete bridge. Or is he talking about, like, way back? Near the canal, southeast of the village. Oh, alright, let's see what southeast of the village is. This is the village. These are the guys. Bridge. Is this someone me?
Rust peels off the bent iron posts of the swing. The wind whistles through the skeleton of the small house behind you. There's desolation everywhere.
What happened here?
In this yard?
Yes.
He's assessing the situation. How long ago was it abandoned?
Someone thought they could have a summer house in a bloc obscure, for cheap. It didn't work out. They abandoned it about a decade ago.
What's a bloc obscure?
A black bloc. A part of the city left unrenovated after the war. Or one that has fallen to gang violence. Or has become inhospitable in some other way.
On aerial photos, block obscures look like dark squares, hence their name.
So this part of the coast is a bloc obscure?
Practically, it's not an official term in any way, but look around. No sewage, broken power lines, crime, drunks. Life is tough in the blocks. It's no place to build a summer house.
Maybe they'll have something useful.
Yes. For you to scavenge like a post-apocalyptic scavenger who collects trash and errant magnesium blisters.
It's not meant as nagging, just an observation.
We should move. I don't think we will solve the murder with forays into the urban hinterland, at least in this phase of the investigation.
I don't know if that's entirely true. Glory to the most of us. Look, we did find some coin though. There's a weird seam there. What did we just get? Holy shit. We've got this. We can sing karaoke. Oh my god. This is our fucking stash pad, dude. Hell fucking yeah. By the bridge. Oh, we could probably be breaking in there if we had those skills. On which side of the bridge? Where? Or just near? Aha. Near. Oh.
It takes you a moment, but finally you spot the last of Morel's traps. This one's partially obscured by the reeds.
Reach for the trap.
The trap feels light and silent as you pick it up. Something is different here.
Look.
No locust.
Oh.
No phasmid either. But still.
Yell, it's empty.
Your voice echoes on the coast, carried by a gust of cold wind.
Look closer
Well,
still.
The bait worked on something. This doesn't mean it was a reed monster, though. Unless you see one in there. I just see an empty trap.
It probably wasn't, but still.
We did, sort of, promise to tell them, didn't we?
Let's look around.
The reeds bend forlornly toward the sand. You see slabs of concrete north. In the east, the city center hums to you. The constant, distant song, louder on this part of the coast, nearer somehow. And there's that cold again. Always the cold. Wumpty Dumpty Dum Center. You're at home, stupid cop. Not with the art crowd. You hate them. Everyone hates them. Even they hate themselves. It's nauseating. An industry built on sprezzatura and sparkling wine. And, let's be honest, tax evasion schemes. The Wumpty Dumpty Dum Center is the heart of this unholy symbiosis of aesthetics and tax optimization. And now that you've internalized it, you can have a piece too.
Let me check out my Wumpty Dumpty bonuses. Passive gives 10 XP and 2 real. Minus 2 suggestion. Ooh. Ooh. Let's take a look at the clothes for suggestion. No suggestion. +1 empathy. Where's that at? That would go up to 3. Composure. 4. +1 pain threshold, that's pretty good. +1 rhetoric. Keep the rhetoric. Logic versus drama and electrochemistry. It's a double dip. Sea monster soul, dude. Bring encyclopedia up to 6. Or 3. Ooh. Damn, down to 1. That's tough. So we're good at persuasion, but not suggestion. about the gloves? What are we wearing right now? That's fine. That's fine. Shirt we're cool with. The trousers? Electrochemistry versus... No. These are only pants? We gotta keep these on. Too many jackets. Should we fast travel? I feel like that might eat up more time on our clock than we really got. Also might help me from getting lost. Can't believe our guy isn't gonna buy our stuff. Let's call it in.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out toolbox, and the soft...
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you?
Jamrock Public
I'm
Library.
afraid they're closed. It says here that the library...
We should try again during business hours.
Damn, missed it.
Anything else, Detective?
Dead body.
One moment. Can you please describe the body? Age, sex, cause of death?
An unidentified middle-aged man, height 170 to 175 kilometers. Oh my god. Centimeters. Dark hair, medium build. Looks like he slipped, fell through the hole in the boardwalk, and hit his head against a metal fence.
We suspect he might have been inebriated when he fell. There were bottles all around him, and traces of vomit on his shirt.
Any signs of violence?
Someone might have pushed him. No, it seems like it was an accident.
No field autopsy necessary. What about his belongings? Did you examine his clothes?
He was wearing boots, trousers, and an old leather jacket with a bright blue lining. Found a library card from his pockets.
Any information on the library card?
It's from Central Jamrock Public Library. It belongs to somebody named Billy Magine.
Good. You have a lead. Do you and Lieutenant Kitsuragi want to take the case, or should I assign it to someone else?
We're taking the case.
I have assigned the case to Lieutenant Kim Kitsuragi. Please follow up on this library lead to identify the man. We'll send someone to take the body to the morgue. That's all for now. Thank you for reporting in. Is there anything else I can do for you?
Nope.
57th, over and out.
In the cabin, you see a set of steering levers.
Close the door. Should we tell her the bad news? Maybe he just stole the jacket. She's gone. Man from Heimdall. What, they just leave books out? That's pretty progressive. Look, buddy.
Looking for something odd? Come to tell me to fuck off again?
Saw you snooping cabin. Let's fucking do it.
Men like this only respect two things: strength and fear.
Show me her lorry right fucking now. Where's the lady driver?
Fuck you, I told you. I'm not gonna...
There. His voice grows smaller as yours.
Bend your fucking lorry. I know where it is. Point to it. I want to burn it down, you hear me? What's your name, fuckhead? I want to go to my police radio saying this guy told Madre to fuck off. I'm gonna fuck you for the rest of my life. You understand? Bend you fucking lorry.
Look, fuck you, man. It's some lorry down there. Green, banged up thing. I don't fucking know who she is.
Okay.
When did she go away?
I don't know. I don't even know her name. She just rolls with the fleet and acts like a big shot. Some dyke, probably. I haven't even seen her for days.
Where exactly is her lorry?
Past the monument. Down there. The Green Temple. Now, leave me the fuck alone, okay?
Okay.
A small temple by the monument. Green. Let's get into that lorry.
Right. Nice. I told you it'd all work out. Just needed an old sip of the brew. You know what? It's disco, baby. I'm with it. People don't want to admit it, but vapes, mega disco. You telling me they would hit a vape pen? Oh my god.
This screen found, A to Z, contemporain, is parked in the shadow of the ruins looming overhead. It's seen better days.
This must be the one he told us about, unless he was lying.
Peek in.
The glass on the side windows is tinted and covered with dust. You can barely make out the shape of the seat and 2 steering levers.
I can feel the lemon water peeling away the plaque from my kidneys. How are we gonna get in?
Use the pry bar to smash the window. Open it from the inside.
Really?
This has been hard enough. No need to make it any harder.
Try the door handle.
The door is locked. The handle looks shiny, like it's recently replaced.
Okay. That I can do.
This screen found, A to Z,
Ooh,
contemporain,
boy.
is parked in the shadow of the ruin.
I'm not really reloading anything, so I don't know why I'm doing these quick saves like I'm playing Fallout, but I feel like
This
just a reflex.
screen found, A to Z, pry bar in
Damn.
hand. You take a hard swing at the window. A loud thunk rings out and the pry bar bounces back, leaving a tiny spider web on the glass. Looks like the window might be shatterproof. You may have to rethink your approach.
Hit again.
Another futile thunk sounds in the brisk coastal air.
This has been hard enough. No need to make it any harder.
Oh?
He smashes it into the window. Droplets of glass fly everywhere, shattering over the lorry floor and pavement. You can just reach in now.
Nice.
It went better than I expected. Open it from the inside.
Well, you did it. You might as well take the honors.
The smell of cigarettes and perfume welcomes you. The cabin inside is plastered with old movie posters. Actresses smile from the walls. There's a radio transmitter in the front and a toolbox tucked under the driver's seat. Some tools lie scattered near the pedals.
Pull out the
A
toolbox.
metallic drawer slides out from the seat. It's empty, except for a folded newspaper.
Let's take that paper.
It's an issue of Périphérique from last Wednesday. A piece of paper falls out from its pages.
Pick up the
It looks
nose.
like an article ripped out from a radio enthusiast magazine. Complex mathematical equations explain the basics of something called the Ulan frequency system. These formulas look oddly painful. Maybe it's the hangover, but they give you a headache.
The Ulan frequency system? I've never heard of that before. I know of FM, AM, UKV, but...
The pull-out toolbox slides back into its nest. The rest is as it was. Radio, posters.
Check the
You
pedals.
wedge yourself under the steering wheel to get a better look. Seems like the
Take
few
it all.
tools lying around here, a hammer,
Take all those
a pair
tools.
of pliers, a rusty wrench, have been casually thrown there by the disorganized driver. But one odd detail does catch your eye. A piece of sandpaper has been glued to the throttle. Sandpaper adds extra grip.
Looks like the driver has glued a piece of sandpaper to the throttle.
Sandpaper? A novel technique?
The movie stars are still smiling from the walls. There's a radio transmitter in.
Check the
These
posters.
are movie posters featuring starlets from long-forgotten films from the 20s, the teens, even the 90s of the last century. One of them particularly catches your eye, a centerfold of an ingenue attached right above the back seat.
Study.
The actress is draped in a sheath dress, one of her shoulders bared. The faded remains of an autograph run across the poster. She's looking past the camera. Wait, doesn't she resemble someone you know? But you can't put your finger on whom exactly. This is Tijon, a starlet from the dawn of cinematography, less known for her talent than her tragic, untimely death.
What happened to her?
She wasted away in a drug den called the Door to the River, not far from here, on Boogie Street, a mixture of cocaine and morphine. She was afraid of the world, and the camera, too. The actresses and the rear actor all looks
check
like
the radio.
the frequency dial is absent. It requires a key to work, but the key has been removed, likely by the missing lady driver.
Strange. There are so many radio stations saved here. Must be over 100 at least.
Why would anyone need so many?
For contacting an entire fleet of lorrymen, for example. This is all shortwave, UW and UKV. Looks like we are dealing with an impressive organizational tool. The nerve center of a huge operation, with quite a range too.
Is there anything we can do with the radio?
Doesn't look like it. It's completely inoperable without a dial key.
What else
The
is here?
smell of 1,000 cigarettes. Some dead act. You close the rusty old lorry door.
Great. I think we got everything. A word, detective? Before we return to Joyce?
Yes. I could just show her my badge and we don't have to tell her about any of this.
Alright, we've finished here. Let's quickly debrief and go over what we found, so we don't do it in front of the company rep.
Seems like something police would do.
Honestly, I'm quite worried by what we've seen so far. The evidence seems to point to a rather extensive and well-organized operation. I'm especially intrigued by that radio transmitter, particularly the sheer number of stations it can connect. Looks like this alleged drug trade casts a wide net.
This means it's well funded. Technology like that, a major player must be financing it.
I'm not sure what the ULAN frequencies are all about, but they may hold some significance. Perhaps it's a better way to connect between fleets while avoiding frequency bleed, or maybe it's used to tap into RCM networks.
Listening in on your calls between you and your station, a worrying prospect.
What about the movie posters?
As elegant as they are, I don't think they are relevant to the drug trade.
Don't be fooled. Desire always plays a role.
Maybe the trader is some sort of cinephile.
Yes, well...
Unimportant.
Think it's connected to the Union?
We didn't find anything conclusive linking them to the smuggling operation. But somehow, I doubt that Evrard Clare would be oblivious to something like this happening right under his nose. My suggestion is, we use it against the Union in any way we can, to our own ends. It's a slippery hill, but we just might be able to pin them down, indirectly, down the road.
Will the RCM open an investigation?
We should return to the murder case, see what Joyce tells us about the lynching. When we are done for the day, I call my station and suggest our narcotics department look into it. There are more than enough grounds to start an official investigation, sometime later when we are done here. We do not want to get caught in that.
What are you thinking?
The fact that one hasn't started already gives me pause. An investigation, I mean. Especially if the Madrid grouping is involved, and I can't imagine they aren't. It's certainly worrisome.
Corruption.
All the same, I don't like the idea of internal affairs descending on the matter. That won't help anyone either.
Debrief
over. After you.
So should we hit the Joyce? What's up?
I saw you poking around in Lady Driver's lorry. She in trouble?
The racist told her where her cabin is.
Still better than me, I guess. Told you there's plenty of others who tell on her. But, is she in trouble?
I can't disclose the facts of an official investigation to you.
It's that bad. Man, what should I do? What should I do to help her?
I really don't know.
Damn. I always warned her to watch herself. Man. Nothing to do now, I guess. Maybe I should just keep my head down and work on my rhymes while I can.
What's the plan with those rhymes, anyway?
Oh, you know. Tommy Leham's gonna be a musician. Sprechgesang, but with beats. I've got a lot of free time on the road to hone my craft.
The correct grammar is Tommy Lahom.
Why Tommy Lahom?
Tommy Lam was taken. My real name's Jerry Lafitte. Tommy's way better.
What are the questions?
The man taps his fingers rhythmically against his arm.
He's a poet. Hit him with the best verse. We got this.
There's something here, stored away in some dusty corner. It starts like...
A mirror's temperature is always 0. It is ice in the veins. Its camera is an X-ray.
Whoa. What else?
It is a chalice held out to you in silent communion.
Silent communion? That's good.
Where gaspingly you partake of a shifting identity never your own.
Dang, that's some great shit. You came up with that yourself.
From Grim Fandango.
Or did you learn it in school? More importantly, who can prove if you did? Go with it. You deserve some acclaim.
I'm just a vessel for the muse.
Right. But really, no bullshit. That's great stuff. I sort of want to know if it's yours.
I don't really know.
No matter. Great verses like that sometimes. Ephemeral. You might not look it. Seems you have some literary chops. Maybe there's hope for me yet.
That's a strange compliment.
Just messing with you. It's cool. You're an okay guy. For a cop.
For a cat.
They're more often into fists than rhymes, see? Let alone honesty in verse.
In a small office behind the old military hospital, hunched under the green glow of his desk light, Officer Hans Blau browses through a test print of his Futurist magazine. It's called The Futurist. The typeface on the header is too small.
Any organization, I'm doing what little I can to be right by people.
Well, you've given me some hope, I guess.
Nice.
You found some common ground with this man. Even impressed him. The next time you look in the mirror, though, remember those words.
And a thumbs up. Alright, Joyce, I guess? Yeah. I don't know if we can do anything with this wall yet. That seems like unlikely. Take a look though, just in case.
Just an ordinary wall. Nothing.
Not so. The skull's still chilling, huh?
You're back. Good. What can I help you with?
I found my badge, by the way.
I love you did.
Fast, observantly, like an electronic printer. She is memorizing your badge number.
Pleased to meet you, Lieutenant W. Freighter Dubois. I am glad to see a man of high qualification. The situation is precarious. What can I help you with, Lieutenant Freighter?
How about you share your information on the lynching, now that you've seen his badge?
The goalposts have moved, Lieutenant. In the absence of the badge, I have informed my employer there will be a probe.
Damn.
I cannot rescind that promise. To my knowledge, the drivers are still at the roundabout. I will tell you everything I know when you've finished with them.
The probe will be
I
done
am
soon.
glad to hear that. Because let me tell you, we are in dire waters. The sooner the probe is finished, the sooner I can share crucial information with you. Now, is there anything I can do for you in the meanwhile?
I spoke to
Yes,
Lord.
my eyes on the harbour have sent word to that effect. What have you discovered?
Where exactly are these eyes?
It doesn't really matter. And I do apologize for the surveillance. Wild Pines can't afford to be blind at a time like this. In any case, it's a relief to know someone has looked into it. If I may ask, will there be an official investigation? I assume you discovered there is an operation.
If there is an investigation, it will be part of an ongoing operation, subject to confidentiality. I'm sure you understand.
Of course, detectives. In any case, you've held up your end of our arrangement. I trust you with the rest. Now it's my turn. I wouldn't normally break protocol like this, but the situation demands it. If you don't solve this murder, I'm afraid we may have a bloodbath on our hands.
Ooh.
The words bloodbath sound cold in her mouth. They taste of iron and strawberries.
Ooh. I've already heard about a connection between a lynching and a strike, but I need your testimony.
I have an indirect role to play, I'm sad to say.
Indirect,
My
Joyce?
employer experienced a momentary lapse of faith in me. In that moment, they elected to deploy a private military contractor as an insurance measure. They called it my security detail.
A momentary lapse of faith.
They were dispatched after I relayed the union's initial offer.
Every worker...
A member of the board. I tried to convince my employer it was simply a piece of rhetoric or a joke. They did not appreciate the humor.
Do you need a security detail?
Absolutely not. These mercenaries are muscle, pure and simple. They are meant to intimidate the Union into surrendering.
Who are they, exactly?
Crenell, an Oranese military company. As far as I know, 3 arrived in Martinez. They report to me sporadically, but they do not answer to me. To be frank, our relationship is deteriorating. They wear ceramic armor, have semi-automatic weapons, and years of combat experience. They also have trauma and stressor disorder, and no idea how to conduct themselves in an urban civilian environment.
So, what happened?
The story is, one of them, the Colonel, I don't know his real name, sexually assaulted a local woman while he was drunk and separated from his unit. This allowed some of the more militant Union members to subdue him. He was taken out behind the whirling in rags and lynched last Sunday night. Nothing. Mr. Clare refuses to let me into the harbor. I have not been able to discuss this matter with anyone there. The remaining 2 Crenell contractors carry out their orders, for now.
For now?
It's a smokescreen. In secret, they are conducting an independent military tribunal into the lynching. Once this investigation is concluded, executions will follow.
What is the nature of this so-called investigation?
Whether to execute one, some, or all of the Union militants.
Oh.
It will be all of them. The decision is already made.
This is not disco.
It is very far from disco. My only hope is that you provide a single, concrete suspect before the mercenaries indiscriminately pick theirs. Simply put...
Yes?
If you don't pin this on someone good, and do it fast, they will identify and execute everyone present at the lynching. This in turn will force the Union to respond.
The Debarder have over 2,000 men. It will be 1,000 to 1.
Have you ever seen a hornet invade a beehive, Lieutenant? It's not pretty.
The Serai's giant hornet, the world's 2nd largest insect, can kill 40 honeybees a minute, while a group of 30 can decimate an entire hive of 20,000 bees in less than 4 hours.
Nice.
These men work in tandem using semi- and fully automatic firearms. Their armor is virtually impenetrable to muzzle-loaded weapons, even yours. Most Union workers don't have guns at all.
The muzzle loaders need to be reloaded after every 1 or 2 shots. the automatics every 1 or 2 minutes.
As I said, a bloodbath.
Oh, the great bloodletting.
It appears you found it, yes. And I'm not happy for you.
I can't see it happening.
Too many things have already gone wrong. Lieutenant W. Freighter Dubois. All we can do is keep that which is not from following suit. One single concrete suspect delivered into civil court, and I may be able to defuse this situation.
What can you tell me about Cornell?
Not much. Their public resume is relatively good, as far as private military contractors go. I believe they were once called Downwell. They boast a long list of clients: Saint-Baptiste, Welchman-Lorenz, Eintracht. A warning sign, however. The operations concerned all take place in third or fourth world countries. Guarding facilities, escort missions and such.
Meaning they're used to operating in war zones.
Yes. All the good conflict corridors, Supramundi, Yesut, the Seminese Islands, countries that don't have a good record reporting atrocious military conduct on their soil.
Maybe they injected some bacteria.
I wouldn't go as far as to use that term, detective.
It's the expression she objects to.
What? Injecting bacteria?
Yes.
She picked a strange hill to die on. Strike.
Okay, anything else you got?
Sadly, no. Before this happened, I had little interest in them. Now that I do, I don't have the resources. If you still have access to the ICP's database, you could run a better background check than I ever could. It may take some time, though.
The International Collaboration Police, ICP, is charged with coordinating law enforcement activities in complex multinational investigations. Their database is the single largest source of information in the world.
Do you know a lot about the inner workings of the RCM and the ICP, ma'am?
In my line of work, it pays to do your research. I was prepared to deal with the RCM. I did not think I'd be dealing with a group like Crenell.
Could you contact the company? Tell them to fuck off?
I have. And they will. However, these orders take time to reach what is basically a rogue unit out in the field here. Until they do, it's all on us.
She's being truthful. She is pressing them as hard as she can.
What is this about a blood bath?
Yes. I'm afraid this strike may descend into a small-scale civil war, with possible consequences for all of Rivershoal West.
Ooh.
Since you are sharing, ma'am, this is also the RCM's worst-case scenario.
Then we're on the same page, as grim as it may be.
You said the deceased assaulted a woman.
Or he didn't. This is information passed on to me from some teenagers loitering around the canal. I cannot testify by it.
Who did the passing on then?
The remaining contractors. Their tribunal. It's what they believe.
Why did these teenagers... What did they say?
That the man was killed because he assaulted a local woman. I've asked around a bit. This seems to be the accepted story around Martinez.
The lieutenant consults his notebook, his eyebrows knitted in concentration.
Odd. We haven't heard any reports about an assault in connection with the lynching. Where did it take place? And when?
Last Sunday night, at the Whirling in Rags, the hostel by the gates. Supposedly, the colonel was drunk, maybe on narcotics too. Either way, he's alleged to have sexually assaulted a woman. Sometime later, a group of dock workers got their hands on him.
And who was this woman?
That's a good question, officer. I don't have the slightest idea. As I said, it's a rumor. About a rumor. In any case, it's what the colonel's remaining colleagues believe.
Did you know this guy?
If you mean, did I see him alive? Yes. But I did not know him.
His name was?
Lely. His service name. A nom de guerre, most likely. He wouldn't divulge his full name. Only one of them did. A bad sign if there ever was one.
Tell me about the others.
One is a man. Corty, they call him. A nickname as well. The other a woman, Phyllis DePaul. Corty is the gunner, I believe. DePaul is a radio operator.
What would you say was his eye color, the deceased's?
She closes her eyes, trying to picture the man's face, then shakes her head.
I can't remember.
The lieutenant was testing her, asking a small detail first to see if she knew him better than she let on. She passed.
That's all right, man. Anything else? Nationality? What would you say was his age?
He was 40. Or 50. It's hard to say which. He had a combat injury on his lower jaw. It made it difficult to estimate his age, or gauge his facial expressions.
What else? Nationality? Accent?
He was, Occidental, I think. Light brown hair, a mixed accent, Oranese, or Messinian, maybe. His injury gave him an accent all his own. In a way, it was humanizing. He had to learn to speak through it, through the injury. That's all I know, I guess. I only met him once.
Where are the remaining 2 mercs?
They've gone to ground, as it were. I don't recommend seeking them out. For one, they're almost certainly armed to the teeth. They don't have the same respect for the Revachol citizens' militia as I do. To put it bluntly, they think you're vigilantes. Ghetto savages. It will not be a fruitful meeting.
We'll still need to know where they are.
You're likely to run into them eventually. When that happens, I'll be in a better position to mediate if I don't appear involved.
Nice. Let's logic them.
One is obviously the scab leader at the harbor gates. The one chanting the idiotic slogans. He's barely maintaining his disguise. The other has a vantage point in a building south of the roundabout. They were keeping tabs on you while you were canvassing the lorry drivers.
One must be the goon in ill-fitting work clothes.
That may be so. I still hope you heed my advice. There's no need to kick the hornet's nest.
For all your talk of averting this catastrophe, the situation at the gate is a powder keg. Does this not bother you?
Of course it bothers me, Lieutenant. But my hands are tied. How would my employer react if it appeared I were intervening on behalf of the Union?
Your concern may be appearances. Ours is keeping the peace.
One is probably in a building.
That would afford a good vantage point. In any case, it's practically inaccessible.
Where is your radio for contacting them, if I may ask? Do you have an earpiece?
Heavens no. I'm not an undercover agent. There's a shortwave at the ship's wheel. I hope I can answer it better.
How much time do we have?
Until the executions start? Truthfully, I don't know. It depends on their progress identifying the members of the lynch mob, and their impatience.
They don't report their progress to you?
Not on this matter. I'm afraid they consider this a personal initiative. It's a matter of days, not weeks.
Damn.
I am sorry to have been the bearer of bad news.
Shit's fucked up. Shit is fucked up. Would be good to get more cash. Bust this and drama up. And I guess Inland Empire we need to start putting some points into now that we took out the Sea Beast glasses. Alright, we should go talk to these guys before we go talk to Everett. We got a couple of people to talk to in here actually. Oh.
The theme on that pinball machine is a standard royalist theme, used on everything from pinball cabinets to full-flavor cigarettes.
What are its hallmarks?
Clinging to a picture book version of the past century, waiting for the king to come back and cast out all the profiteers and homosexuals. Basically, imagine a yellow plastic crown with a liquor brand emblazoned on it.
Where do I get such a crown?
It comes free with a six-pack of Vermilion Roy d'Or. The words Roy d'Or are stamped into the crown's plastic. The sentiment is called anti-centennial nostalgia, pining for a time before the turn of the century. It's common even now, after 50 years.
Oh, sweetie, I don't even know how to thank you for finding my husband and helping him out. I hope we haven't been too much trouble for you.
I'm just doing my job, ma'am.
Here, I want to give you a small token of my gratitude.
Oh.
It's a tie. Mexican origin. The pin is an antique. Quite special.
The little silvery knob holding the tie together feels warm in your hand. It's in the shape of an avian skull with 8 eyes.
Dope.
You could ask her about this when you get the time. It's probably a cryptid, but the phasmid, of course, is more important.
You never told me you've seen the phasmid.
Oh, you don't want to hear about some old woman's ramblings.
Ramblings? Nonsense. Your description of the phasmid is the most precise I've ever heard.
But, darling, I didn't even get the size of it right.
You were a child, my dear. Really. It's extraordinary what you were able to describe. Now go on. Tell our friend about it. He's proven his interest in the field.
Reflexively, the lieutenant read his familiar notebook.
Well, it was summer. I was building a racing track out of sand on the beach near a tall stand of reeds. Quite a tall one. Many times my height, I remember. When, all of a sudden... I'm getting ahead of myself. I was 5 and a half in Betancourt in the suburbs. My grandmother had a summer home there.
Betancourt got bombed in the war. It used to be quite near, circa 20 kilometers from here.
The strangest moment of my life. I looked up and one of the reeds moved. Not like a plant, but like a living thing. It stood up and looked at me. Its body unfolded like some antique toy. I've never seen anything like it. I didn't know this can happen, so I reached my arm and touched the thing. It felt just like a stalk of reed, but it moved, swaying, towering above me. After a while, 20 seconds, a minute maybe, it left, went into the reeds.
Did you follow?
I tried, but I was only a child. There was mud and high water. I couldn't see it anymore. I was just standing there knee-deep in mud, looking around me. I ran back home to my grandmother and asked her if reeds could walk, and told her they were looking at me. Of course, she just laughed at me, but I knew what I'd seen. For years, it was a story I told at parties when I wanted to impress boys. That sort of thing. Of course, most people just took it as a strange, amusing anecdote. So did I, honestly. But then I met Morel.
We were on a date. Can you imagine? She tells me a story, and it's the most detailed report of the Insulindian phasmid I've ever heard. The sounds. She told me it hissed.
It did, yes. Like reeds in a gust of wind.
The way it moved, the colour, how some of its limbs were white, like marble. It matched perfectly with what I know from other accounts. It was amazing. If it weren't for Lena, I might have given up hope years ago. It's no exaggeration to say that she restored my faith in my profession.
She's lying. What do you think, Kim?
I thought it was a wonderful story, man.
But I don't believe it. A child left unattended on a warm day. Children make up stories and then end up believing them.
Our first, yes.
The glance is tender, yes, but tempered by something else. A thought she can't express, even to him. Interesting.
It's all a lie.
Not all of them. There is some white coloration reported, along with beige, where the camouflage ends.
How big?
It's hard to say how big things are when you're quite small yourself. To me, it seemed to be taller than I was then, but that's probably not the case.
How could she? Who imagines this? She didn't know about the phasmid. This is the main thing here, what makes it a confirmed sighting. She had no previous knowledge of the insect.
So she couldn't have made it up, or imagined it.
That's true, yes. I'm almost certain neither my mother nor my grandmother knew of it. It was only when I started telling my story as a teenager that boys would tell me, "Lena, you trying to tell us you saw the Insulindian phasmid out there in those reeds? Get out of here." They just give me a cider and ruffle my hair and tell me to stop dreaming. But I saw it. You're welcome, sweetie. I do appreciate the chance to relive it whenever I get one. It was just such an impossibly sunshiny day. So...
Whoop. We gotta tell you, they ate it.
I couldn't possibly shower thanks on you as enthusiastically as my wife has, but I am grateful for your assistance, officer.
He tries to play it cool, remain professorial, but inside, this man is itching for some news on those traps.
Good. Okay. And? Completely empty?
There was nothing in the trap.
No locusts? No phasmid either?
That's not ideal, but...
It just means the Insulindian phasmid is even more clever than we thought.
She's engaging in a well-known self-deception called motivated reasoning. You should correct them.
Of course, more clever.
Yes, the Phantasmadeia picked off the locust and escaped. This is good news, though we'll have to reconsider the design of the traps, make them more secure.
Another trip to the reeds.
I do want to find this phasmid, though.
Of course. Be sarcastic. Unless you have an alternative hypothesis you'd like to venture, mine stands, okay? Actually, no. Excuse me for getting emotional. This is a big deal for us. You've helped us twice now, and brought some great news too. My gratitude, and the gratitude of the Société Cryptozoologique de Ravachol, is yours.
Heartfelt gratitude. But does it feel like closure? What really happened?
Thank you, it's an honor. We should probably return to our main investigation here. This has been refreshing, but...
Helping cryptozoologists isn't really a priority for our organization, is it? The lieutenant looks out the window, impatiently. Damn it, Lieutenant. Have you no intellectual curiosity?
Damn. Who's this? Who are you?
The woman in an RCM patrol officer's uniform winces as she notices you.
I would really prefer not to talk to you right now.
A patrol officer is the lowest rank in the RCM, below lieutenant and sergeant.
Are you my backup?
I'm definitely not the cavalry.
Damn.
Yes, I am. I know.
He's the real deal. He has a badge.
It's hard to tell whether he's sarcastic or sincere. But if you had to guess, you would say the lieutenant is being sarcastic.
No, you wouldn't do that.
I don't know. I mean, why would I want to talk to you?
Thought Kim and I were the only cops.
No, you're not. You're not the only cop in the world. Okay, fine. Let's talk. What did you want?
What does one talk about with a fellow officer?
What precinct?
What precinct?
Am I from? God, he doesn't know.
Fucking deranged lunatic.
Oh my god.
You're getting an intellectually unsatisfying vibe from this conversation. Maybe you're doing something wrong.
I don't know what to say.
Don't say anything, Judith. Me? No. I'm just a man with sunglasses. I like wearing sunglasses inside. Sunglasses and a fucking wig.
Oh my god, it's the guy.
Okay.
What are the police
I'm
doing
just
here?
looking out for...
No one. I'm just a man with sunglasses. And you are?
A horse-faced woman.
You're a fucking asshole. Are we done here?
Okay, goodbye. What about you? Glasses.
You look like shit. And I don't mean that as a metaphor.
You look like
wow. You seem stable and in control. Allow me to say, alcohol really seems to have had a positive effect on you. Now, what do you want?
There's something about this guy that matches with a face in your head. A similar but different face. He might be wearing a disguise.
You wearing a disguise?
Yes, it's a hobby of mine.
As if waiting for some kind of reaction or response. Something to click. It's not happening though. Who is this guy? There's something that binds you to him. Some kind of an outfit, maybe. A uniform. The police of animals, yes.
I don't
Of
want
course,
to say that.
you don't have to.
Who is this guy?
I'm not getting involved in this.
It's not my style, he thinks, glancing at the man in sunglasses and the woman beside him. Oh boy, they're mad at him. No wonder. He just doesn't recognize them.
Got some
About
questions
what?
for you.
You don't look like a cop. You know what you look like?
Like a megastar? Revolutionary? Prophet? I'm a man down on his luck. A sack of shit?
Exactly. Watch out for yourself.
Oh my goodness, hold on.
Again? I can't believe...
Answer some questions. Don't you have to?
No, he doesn't.
If I wasn't clinically depressed, I'd burst out laughing. But I'm gonna go with no right now.
You want to hear me say things?
Actually, I don't want to hear you say things.
Come on, Jean.
Okay, say things. I want to hear you say things.
Hear that? He wants you to say things. Say one. Suddenly, out of nowhere, case-related things start popping up in your head.
I'm doing this investigation. A man is hanged.
So, do you know who hanged him?
Why am I even telling you this?
I don't know. Why are you?
It's like you felt it would be intellectually stimulating and would lead somewhere. A custom even? Strange.
Oh my god, there's more. You want something more? What is it?
No. Bye-bye. Is this the...
Hi, gendarme.
smoking dude?
Another rendezvous.
What's up, dude? Yo. Hi.
I see you found yourself a little something from my wardrobe. Not bad.
My
Not bad
hat?
at all. What brings you here?
I met your Sunday friend.
You did? And how did you like him?
I don't trust governments. You was magically
I
bureaucratic.
told you, he can be very useful. I guess that's the charm of powerful people.
Well, we shouldn't talk about the Sunday friend next to Ears over here. Who is he?
A visitor from the first world. He's not like you and me, gendarme. He can always return.
Return
to his
where?
opportunities in Occident, sur la clé. Still, his coming and going brings some life to the village. Or is it just money? I don't know.
Whoa, he was staying
He
at
has
your
keys.
place?
And he likes the view. To the sea, I mean.
What are you
Friends,
two?
I told you. Sunday friends. Friends who like to get together from time to time.
Sunday friend.
Bet he won't be there when times get tough, I guess.
Is that even a
It
friend?
is. On Sundays.
Alright.
Hmm? What about me, gendarme?
Tell me about the muscular type.
Oh yes, let's see. He knocked on my door a few days after the lynching. I think he was going through the entire building, asking questions.
What did he look like?
Muscular, handsome, strong, like one of those military types.
Like the dude out front the gate?
Nothing. That I didn't see anything.
And he believed you?
Why shouldn't he?
Tell
What
about the
friend?
friend.
No, I don't think it came up.
Was he alone?
Yes, but he was speaking to someone on his earpiece.
Earpiece? What was he saying?
Just reporting back whatever I was telling him. Oh, let me think. He had an accent. He sounded like one of those mercenaries. He sounded vaguely Oranese. No, not vaguely, scratch that. He sounded definitely Oranese.
Dang.
Sure. Anything else on your mind?
What are you doing here?
Admiring the atmosphere. What about you, officer?
I want to sing karaoke.
Really? Well, I look forward to that.
About this hat.
You can keep it. I don't mind. I can appreciate beauty when I see it.
Let's schmooze him. Boom.
Is it now? Well,
Damn.
enjoy it.
That did not work.
Bye-bye, gendarme.
Oh? You're having a dream over there. Scared the hell out of me. Gart, I've got a bird for you. Who's this?
Always a pleasure to see an officer of the law. I mean, officers.
Alright.
Can I help you?
I got a new bird for you.
What is this thing?
I wanted to apologize for breaking the great school.
Okay. Okay, well, this is actually a nice bird. I can fix it to the plaque and have a new bird in the establishment, I guess. So, I don't know. Thank you. I'm gonna go with thank you.
Where's my bird at?
I feel good about our work here today. It's all about the little things, like bringing people random stuffed animals.
It's not actually about that, but he liked it.
Goodbye. Can we get
The
some
man
more?
ponders his cooking utensils and gives you a little nod, acknowledging you're present.
Nah. How about
You
this?
see ahead.
Oh. We do have a couple of points. 1 point. We have 1 point. Should probably do suggestion. Or reaction speed. Or knowing things. Oof. Should we go speak with... oh, what items do we have here? Oh. What did this do? Ah, the Inland Empire. Back up to 4 finally. Check the notes. Guess if we could travel to the church. I didn't check what time it was when we left. Why don't you like those good
Yes,
youth?
what is it?
What if you didn't have to leave? I talked to Andre, he wants to make it work.
I don't want to make anything work.
Hold on, you don't want to make anything work?
Yes, anything. I don't want to make anything work.
Let's roll it.
Hey,
Damn.
what makes the world go round?
Hey, how about we offer you a part of the profit?
Nope. Not interested in your degenerate money schemes.
Damn. Alright. They're gonna come back and murder you. Crabman, can you be on watch? Sneak attack? No. Crabman is gone. Alright, can we give him a shot? The Martinez waterfront. Is there some tear to be rid of? So are we done talking to you then?
Looking for something odd? Come to tell me.
Goodbye.
The tear machine stands in the corner. A sign says, 1 bottle equals 10 cents.
No. You need tear to use the tear machine.
Damn. Who's your pal?
Right to work! Right to work! Hell no. I'm just an honest scab. I won't have talk like that around here. You understand?
It just has to be said. That was not a convincing line.
Hell no. That didn't sound too convincing.
Fucking loincloth.
Loincloth? Now you see, that's not really what a scab would say, is it? Better not to press the issue further, sire. He seems tense.
Okay. We'll whisper very quietly.
Fucking bug.
I'm going to interpret that as a yes. There's a tribunal, and it won't be long until it's ready.
How about you fuck off now, huh?
Okay, of course.
There could be weapons aiming at us right now, somewhere above, in the buildings. The other merc. Don't push this, he's thinking. This is not the time. The man's breathing steadies, but...
Let's go talk to Measurehead. Hold on, what's this 10 cents up here? I can't look at that? Dang. I gotta get over to the side of the roof.
The unpromising race.
Alright, goodbye, my red. It's a shame we can't fast travel to fucking Everard.
You're back before the cargo container. Its draw has not lessened since you were last here. If anything, it seems, despite the dirt that surrounds and trails you, a beacon of light emerges from deep within you.
Hello? Is there anybody in there?
The door stands silent.
Satisfied, detective?
Try again.
If there's somebody in there, I'd like to talk to you.
Just like that, you hear a click, then a rattle. Some mechanism unlocks itself inside the door.
Ahoy! Come on in!
Oh my god.
You can't be serious.
Let's fucking go on in. Whoa.
The man stands at the far end of the shipping container. It's hard to say anything more about him. You cannot make out any of his details, but you do feel the overwhelming presence of capital. The feeling causes all the hairs on your body to stand at attention, like soldiers preparing for review.
Squint. Cover your eyes.
Something's amiss. The light beams bend around his face and scatter in 1,000 directions. It seems the laws of physics do not apply here. They are suspended, distorted, and echo. Trying to visualize the physics at play is liable to give you an aneurysm. Don't think about it too hard. In the general stillness, only your tongue moves, flickering as you utter.
Hello.
Welcome. Come in. Make yourself at home. Sorry, I'm not better able to receive you. I wasn't expecting visitors today.
You can't hear him exactly, yet you're able to understand every word he says. It is very strange. An overwhelming hum covers everything. Voice doesn't escape from him.
Now, what can I do for you, gentlemen?
Who are you?
Who am I? Oh, I haven't been asked that question for such a long time. I don't meet a lot of people outside my circle these days. Anyhow, my name is Rustam Theodore, investor, license holder, and extremely high net worth individual. And you are?
Mr. Theodore, I am Lieutenant Kim Kitsuragi of the RCM, and this is my partner.
My name is Harry, and I'm an alcoholic detective.
Pleasure to meet you, Harry. Though I'm sorry to hear a good public servant like yourself is in servitude to the drink. A man can't serve two masters in my experience.
I can assure you, Mr. Theodore, that despite his vices, he is a competent detective.
Oh, don't you worry, Lieutenant. I can tell a good man when I see one.
What are you doing in here?
Traveling. This is a great way to get around. It's fun, it's safe, and it gives me lots of time to think. By the way, let me now ask you a question. Where are we exactly?
In the very, very early days of colonizing this archipelago, the kingdom of Sirens, a precursor of a modern Sur-le-Clair, used to own the city of Revachol, an obscure detail in the bigger picture, but still worth dropping.
A fellow history buff. I myself am currently reading up on Franco-Nigerian era trains. Very interesting stuff. It's a shame I can't get out and explore myself. One of the downsides of being an extremely high net worth individual is that mobs of low net worth individuals are constantly banding together to ask for money.
So you travel from place to place in a shipping container.
Smart, no? It also provides a means to hide from all the targeted advertising we extremely high net worth individuals are constantly subjected to. Luxury yachts, high fidelity portable radio systems, fail-proof outerwear, and so on. It just gets a bit middle class after a while. A bit bourgeois.
That does sound pretty tiresome.
Don't get me wrong. They're nice things. But once you achieve a certain level of wealth, your time and mental space become much more important than material goods.
He speaks from the heart. He has very different problems compared to low net worth individuals, such as yourself. For example, no problems at all.
What? No, I did not say that at all. Being rich is great. Just don't tell anyone I told you that.
How did you become so rich?
Oh Lord, not this again.
What's the matter?
Nothing. It's just that we've got this murder to solve, and yet you go around asking everyone about money. And every time I ask, are you sure this is related to the case, you say, sure, Kim, I think it is. And yet, it never seems to get us any closer to solving the case.
I don't know, an investor in a box seems pretty suspect.
It's quite alright. I'm used to the question by now. To be blunt, I inherited my fortune from my grandmother, who herself was an extremely high net worth individual back in Graz. All I did was take her fortune and invest it prudently. Believe it or not, it takes more than a bit of skill not to blow a vast fortune on sailing boats, bad choices, and unsupervised state policy.
And low. Actually, at the level this guy is, it takes several generations to do that. But, alright.
I gotta tell you, at first, being rich is a lot of work. You got to work hard because everything's so darn expensive. You know, prices increase exponentially at this income level. But then, once you've reached my position, it's nearly impossible for me not to make money. My assets are so diversified that I'm bound to come out ahead no matter what. Some of my lower net worth friends say to me, but doesn't that take all the fun out of it? And I tell them, not really.
What about the fatherland?
Which one? Revachol, where I nominally reside, or Graz, where my father immigrated from, or Ile-de-Cachebro, where I registered my shell companies?
Revachol.
Listen, Harry, if capital and nationalism went hand in hand, there'd be no need to ask the question. States are akin to boulders in a river, slowing the free flow of ideas. Given enough time, the water will wear those boulders down. Capital makes one speechless, does it not? Blinds like the sun that rises from beyond the horizon after a gloomy winter.
Hey, all this talk about money has made you lose the thread. What is going on with the light in this place? That's what you need to ask him about.
What's going on in here?
What do you mean? Are you talking about my chin? Oh, that's what you mean. Yes, I've heard of this effect, though I've never witnessed it myself, of course. It has something to do with our Weiss-Wiesemann coefficient.
The Weiss-Wiesemann coefficient is a ratio designed to reflect the difference in net worth between individuals. When the
What is our
coefficient
cash
is
at?
close to 1 or 100%, it means one person possesses all the net worth. Among that group of individuals, it's been observed that when the Weiss-Wiesemann coefficient reaches about 0.96 or so, the laws of physics begin to bend around the high net worth individual.
Wow.
Among other things, but calm down. I am but a lowly single-digit billionaire.
I'm calm.
That's good.
Are you seeing this?
I see nothing of the sort. To be frank, all I see is a gentleman who's unusually well dressed for Martinez, in a cargo container, which I admit is odd.
Yes, I imagine that does look strange to you. My container.
Alright,
Why
thank
go
you.
so soon? I feel with so much more to talk about. Ah, well, until next time.
Incredible. Let's go ask him for money. Just being near him.
Welcome back, gentlemen.
Could you please stop asking people for money? It does not reflect well on the RCM, and to be perfectly frank, we can't afford to look worse than we already do.
But Kim...
It's perfectly alright. Based on your appearance, I can tell I'm dealing with a smart man. As you may know, us high net worth individuals don't have a lot of cash on hand. Investments and liquidity are enemies of one another. I think they only have coins for coffee machines. Here is 3 real. How much can you get for this?
Thank you for your kindness.
You're welcome. You know, maybe you can make that money grow. Come up with an investment plan. How's that sound?
Damn.
Cop of the Apocalypse. It's not fire. It's not ash. There will most certainly be a sea of corpses leading up to the event. But it won't be war or pestilence that causes it. Oh no, the event will belong to a genre of cataclysm no man has dared to suspect would ever come to pass. You can only sense the shape of it, like a cavity, a pit opening up in your stomach, a throat into which the world will vanish. The streets, the grass, the stars, all will be rolled back. By whom, by what, and how, you don't know. All you know is, you're not joking around.
Money cap for Inland Empire and Shivers, huh? Look at all this cash we're making now, huh? Pretty slick stuff. Alright. What, where's the fishing rod?
Mr. Dubois, I hear the meeting with Titus was a glowing success. That's such a relief. Titus can be a handful sometimes. Now, What can Everard Clare do for you today?
Oh my goodness. Remember the container I told you about?
Mega rich lightbending guy? Oh my god. How did that get in there? Damn it to hell, Harry. I specifically told my guys to check all the containers for mega rich lightbending guys.
There was a guy in the container, but he didn't bend any light. That was in the detective's head.
Honestly, guys, we might be moving all kinds of suspicious things through this harbour, but I won't be caught transporting the light-bending mega-rich. I have a reputation to protect. No, they're not. They're vermin, and one just found a way inside my container. Soon, he'll bring the others. All 3 of them. Thank you for telling me. I'll see to this immediately. I shudder to think what you're going to tell me next, Harry.
Not for 1 second did he believe there's an actual mega-rich person somewhere in his container town.
I mailed them.
No, you didn't. I know the mailman, Harry. I know everyone and everything that happens in this town, and I know there's no letter in that mailbox yet. Just like I know you'll get it done. Once you stop horsing around, let me know when it's done. By all means, Harry. Ah, yes, your side investigation. Thank you. You've got some spirit clearing up phony drug accusations alongside this murder. I'll talk to the mayor and see if I can get you the key to the city, Harry. Now let's talk real business.
Actually, Rivershell doesn't have a mayor. He refuses to discuss it further. It's probably just a small nuisance to him.
The gun.
Yes, yes. What's that, Harry? You're getting a little
Jamais vu. Derealization. Jamais vu. The opposite of déjà vu. Not already seen, but never seen. Everything that should be familiar appears strange and new, like some half-forgotten day in your childhood. Only now. That's the feeling you've been having. And for who knows how long. You should go and ask Joyce Messier about this. What world are we in? This is a fundamental question.
Can we fast travel from inside?
Stars Ryko, one of the finest Zhimsk-made motor carriages ever. Not many people outside of Grad, and...
Stash Ryko KK2. That's a classic model. Never thought I'd see another one repainted after what happened last time.
Whoa.
No, only that the motor carriage is typically baby blue, the colors of Sigismund the Great, an ancient Zhimsk ruler. His banners were famously zephyr and white, the colors of the Stars Ryko.
What happened last time?
An old case for my precinct. A couple of Zhimsk migrants saw a Staj Ryko stopped in the street, painted just like this, muddy brown. Murdered the driver on the spot. They said it was an honor killing, Hussar style. The Zhimsk community protested the trial, flying the banners of some old king or whatever. 5,000 came to protest.
Correction. 4,395. The fourth largest public protest of a criminal trial in Revachol.
Oh man, we gotta correct them.
Is that so, officer? I'll take you at your word.
Could the hangman have been the driver?
I try to avoid drawing far-gone conclusions like this before actually examining the body, but my initial guess is the two are unrelated. 4 years for murder in Reunion. The perps were remorseful. Their sorry knocked 8 years off the sentence. That's the system.
The prisons in the greater Revachol Industrial Harbor are already full. Prisoners are expensive to maintain. The longer the sentence, the larger the cost.
People we are paid to protect. Let's leave it at that. Yes, detective? Okay. I'm not going to honor kill anyone over this. But I've seen it blue and white. It's much better that way.
Oh. Kim, don't kill me. Has this person returned to the...
A lorry abandoned.
Leave. There's nothing left to do now but sing a little karaoke.
The porter reel is just what you needed. The reel's attached to the apparatus with a satisfying click. The tape is routed behind the magnetic reader.
Oh man. Let's play the
You
tape.
press the large button marked Commencer, and the tape starts spinning. There's a small delay before the song starts playing.
Keep it at a harmless distance and wait.
Then the organ starts playing, a simple, melancholic tune echoing in the hallway. A lone singing voice joins in, telling you about the tiniest church in Cessons, surrounded by even tinier yard. You almost feel the seaside mist on your skin. It's mega sad. Within seconds you know, this is the one. The real shit you've been looking for. The one you trust your room to. This one tells it like it is. This is your tune. A click, then silence for a bit. Then the tape stops spinning.
I could sing this.
Of course you could sing this. You could take sad to a whole new level with this. And you already know the lyrics since you've listened to it like 1,000,000 times.
Let's do it.
Yup, they're all here. All 3 verses. And the B-side of the tape contains the instrumental version. It's like the world itself is telling you to do it. Only one obstacle stands on your way.
Nothing.
Gart. You have to convince Gart to let you sing karaoke in the whirling. After you've won him over, you can express yourself. Let the pain out. Make everyone understand. The lieutenant looks at you as you remove the tape from the boombox. He doesn't say anything.
Gart.
Hey, was there something you needed?
I need to sing karaoke.
No, you don't. It's not happening.
He tries not to look at you. It's dangerous to acknowledge the karaoke man. You need to approach this situation logically. Ask him why he has the PA system installed if you can't use it.
It's for no one. It's a prop. I'm not letting anyone use it after the great karaoke catastrophe of 44.
I know it's used.
Okay, yes, it's for some clients.
I'm a client.
Well, we don't have any tapes. They all got stolen.
He's lying, but whatever. You don't really need his lame tracks.
I got one.
The man in the vest and the violet shirt stares at the tape you've just given him. He begins to frown. Hard.
Fine, fine. Climb on that stage and do your thing. Just get out of my hair. I'll plug it in for you. Damn this karaoke machine.
Oh yeah. Time to do the damage.
Hell yeah.
The stage is all set up for your performance. Feels silent. You can hear the pellets creak under your feet. You feel a little dizzy, a little unsteady suddenly.
So, are you ready for your thing now? Let me know when I should turn on the karaoke carousel.
Can I hit it? Or... Look, Kim.
I can see that.
Look around the room.
The bar is full and buzzing with chatter. No one is paying you any attention. But still you feel your knees turn to noodles. Okay, now a couple is looking at you. Even worse, they are going to hate you.
Hit it.
The air is thick with anticipation. Someone dims the lights as the music starts. Okay, here we go.
I would often go there, to the tiny church there, the smallest church in San, though it once was larger. How the realm may rest there. Down through the mist there, toward the Seven Sisters, toward those pale cliffs there. I would often stay there, in that tiny yard there. I have been so glad here. Looking forward to the past here. But now, you are all alone. None of this matters. No, none of this matters at all.
Nice.
A lazy applause fills the room. You feel your hands shake as awareness of your body returns to you.
Please don't fire me.
The lieutenant doesn't say anything, but he smiles sadly.
Oh.
Good, good. are we ready? I want to unplug the microphone now.
Last words?
Leave enigmatically. Tell me about the bird.
Oh, hello, sweetie. So nice. Of course, dear. Is there a big... No. It's the cryptid. Oh, yes. The eight-eyed teratorn, the largest flying avian ever discovered, with a wingspan of 11.5 meters. It was thought to have gone extinct 3,500 years ago. Some even doubted the fossils were real. A mutation, they said. Until...
Mutation? All of evolution is a mutation.
Until it was sighted by renowned Gotvaldian explorer and naturalist Uwe Plattenkalk in 21.
This renown seems a bit dubious. Your own catalogue comes up completely empty. But, of course, you are not all-knowing.
It happened on a botanical expedition into the vast and unexplored Oamrau Canyon in southeast Ilmara. Dr. Plattenkalk got separated from his group during a sandstorm. The world's largest canyon system, sweetie. It's a barren waste east of the Erg Desert, an ancient riverbed completely dried up. Alone in the blasted desert heat, the doctor wandered eastward, where man hasn't stepped foot in over 1,000 years, since the fall of Pericarnassus. He was lost, without any navigation equipment, and desperately low on water. After a day or two, he noticed a bird high in the noon sky. A great black bird. It seemed gargantuan. Every now and then, the bird would dive down to feed on an animal carcass somewhere on the horizon. But by the time Uwe got there, the teratorn had taken off already, and the carcass was picked clean. This happened many times. Yes, or rather, hunting. A bird that big has a lot of blood in it, and he was dying of thirst. For many days, Dr. Plattenkalk followed the teratorn until they reached a great canyon wall where the bird finally landed to rest. The professor climbed up there with a rock in his hand. He found the bird sleeping with his head tucked under its wing, a great black pile of feathers on the perch. So he approached, slowly squeezing the rock in his fist. Then the teratorn suddenly looked at him. He could see it had 8 eyes, 4 on either side of its skull, like a spider. And the man couldn't move. He was paralyzed, frozen into place with the rock in his hand. Whatever he did, he could not get closer to the bird. The bird was controlling his mind. It kept him from approaching. He could step back, but every time he stepped forward, paralysis. Uwe spent 3 days trying until the bird flew away.
Hold on, I got a fart, bro. Here we go. An 8-eyed mind-controlling bird? Fuck yes.
Absolutely, sweetie. Cryptozoologists have been tracing it ever since, but Wamrau is vast, mysterious, and holds many secrets.
Modern radar telemetry shows great promise. We will confirm this one by the end of the decade, latest.
This one I liked. Not only does it have 8 eyes, and is a living fossil, and the largest bird ever to live, it also does mind control.
He's sincere. He likes the audacity of it.
Nice.
Sadly, yes. But there are numerous reports of 8-eyed bird skulls from Ilmara. And then there's the striking resemblance to the Pericarnassian imperial eagle, an ancient heraldic symbol that is hard to pass off as coincidence. The imperial eagle, too, had 8 eyes.
Not really. It's just stylization. The way they drew eyes. It's not a zoological drawing.
Very, very hard.
This one's very famous. Everyone knows it. People will be looking at that tie on you and thinking, that man is into cryptids. So, what else do you want to know? I'm glad you like them. But I'm not really one to tell you about all of them. You should ask my husband if you get the chance. He's the real expert.
My goodness. What'd you think of the karaoke?
Hi again, Gendarme. Bye-bye, Gendarme.
What did you think about the karaoke?
I've got nothing to say to you.
What did you think about the karaoke?
Looks like the circus left town, but the clowns are still here.
Let us talk to Joyce real quick. Well, this could be a long one. Let's get to Joyce and then save. We can talk to her next time. Let's spread some music around. What is it, like 3 in the morning? Nah, 2:30. Hold on. Not 2:30. I'll talk to Joyce.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with?
I got some more questions
More
about
lessons
reality.
in basic reality? My favorite part of the day. Go ahead, ask me anything.
What is all of this? The scent, the sound, the air.
What world is this?
What world? The only one, I suppose. The world of matter. And its pale antipode.
The camera of her mind glides over the surface of the water.
What do you see?
Great bodies of water. Forest-covered surfaces. Clusters of light where the cities lie. You've seen the montage. We all have. This world is enough. There is a term of endearment they coined for it, in the DeLorean century, when humanity was high on this world, discovering more and more of it, these archipelagos included.
What is it?
Elysium.
Elysium.
It does. There are those who would call it hell.
What
A
is
term of
hell?
hatred that originates, like many such things, with the Mesk petro-fascists. Oh, you want a picture of the world? There is no complete set yet, dear. They're having some trouble reaching orbit. Great things are difficult to achieve. For now, we're viewing the world from the inside, sideways. We used to think it was a sphere, but that is beginning to look less and less likely by the day. You wouldn't know it from the tabloids, but the ORG nations have been launching weather balloons into the lower ionosphere since the 30s.
ORG, Occident Revichol-Grad.
There's a steadily increasing trickle of images. Between the big three scientific contributors, they're piecing together a dark grey corona. Yes. Pale covers 72% of the surface. There are grey flares and
Got another one
prominences,
building up,
even
Joyce.
arcs above entire isolas. The images are blurry, but if there was a sphere in there, it certainly looks like it fractured a long time ago.
A cold fear seeps into you.
What do you mean?
They say there is a rarefied envelope of matter surrounding the darkened disk of our planet. That is, if we are still living on a planet. Or, to speak more plainly, imagine vast swathes of land disrupted by nothingness. I am sorry, dear. It must sound quite terrifying through the acute encephalopathy. Even scientific positivism isn't entirely convinced about what we're dealing with here. But this is one of the greatest questions of our time. Maybe when they get the complete set together, it will jolt us out of our rut, bring us together, however naive it may sound. You have misimagined it. I don't have the power to convey to you the effect and geometry of the images that depict our world from below low orbit. It's like the crowning of the world. It's insane. Very disco.
If you
You'd
say
love
it's
it.
disco.
See? Everyone finds something worth holding on to in this world, however wasted its opportunities.
Suddenly, you're conscious of yourself standing there, on whatever this all is. Your arms hang down by your sides. The lieutenant observes you both, silently. He adjusts his glasses.
What is pale?
The pale is not, technically speaking, part of reality.
Yes. Also, I think we've had enough excitement for today. Remember, we have a cadaver to attend to.
Of course, Lieutenant. Let's try something else.
What do you mean it's not part of the reality?
Ma'am, remember you are dealing with a very sensitive and impressionable police officer who is still recovering from a recent medical episode.
The Lieutenant's right. Let's change topics. What do you want to know? Anything.
You could sneak back later when the lieutenant is not here, unless you can convince him to step aside.
Let's do it.
Good idea. Just ask him. He won't make a scene.
Can I talk to George?
Fine.
See? What can he do? You're a grown man.
What's the pale?
Are you sure you're sure?
What is the pale?
Okay. The pale is the most dominant geological feature of the world, Detective. The separative tissue between the islas. It is the inter-islary mass. Isla is a Messinian word for a continent of matter, enveloped on all sides by the pale. Also, isolation, or landmass. We used to believe there was only one. In the last 4 centuries, we have discovered 7.
Ooh.
Windy, Seol, Samara, Ilmara, Grad, Katla, and this, Insulinde. An oceanic isla. It comprises mostly of water. Muindi is the largest, Katla the coldest, Insulinde the bluest. What can I say? Each is perishing and dear. Achromatic, odorless, featureless. The pale is the enemy of matter and life. It is not like any other, or anything in the world. It is the transition state of being into nothingness.
The negation of being.
The negation.
That's right. The negation of being.
Is it here? How do you get around?
Oh, it is so difficult for us. It is possible to force dimensions on the pale. In modern times, we can even compress its latitude, bouncing radio waves from one end to the other, shortening the path. But it is still hard for humans to navigate the pale without getting lost, or having our minds damaged. It's difficult to describe, or even measure. Something whose fundamental property is the suspension of properties. Physical, epistemological, linguistic. The further into pale you travel, the steeper the degree of suspension, right down to the mathematical. Numbers stop working. No one has yet passed the number barrier. It may be impossible.
There's a slippery article in there.
Is it the pale or pale?
Pale when it's particular, this territory of pale. The pale when it's pale in its entirety. Once you've seen it, language balks at the difference.
The pale can damage the mind?
Extensively. Some say the damage stems from extreme sensory deprivation. Others argue that pale somehow consists of past information that's degrading, that it's rarefied past, not rarefied matter. They call it the blend over of the self, The Pale does not only suspend the laws of physics, but also the laws of psychology, maybe history even. The human mind becomes over-radiated by past.
Who says and who argues?
The logical positivists say, the dialectical materialists argue. It feels terrible. Absolutely terrible. International standards strictly limit civilian travelers to 6 days of Pale exposure per year.
It's more for her. Way more.
No, Lieutenant Dubois. I'm entreprenetic business class. I'm cleared and trained for 22 days of Pale transit annually.
Someone else you've met may have been exposed as well. The strange grey-haired woman in her lorry.
Oh.
Yes. Carried in the hulls of airships. It's a horrific job. Automation will abolish it soon.
You should ask the Pelt driver about this. See what she says.
Okay.
That poor woman must have stories to tell, like you wouldn't imagine.
Up to my gills, officer.
What is entroponic?
Entreponetics is the scientific study of the Pale, or a recent iteration of it by way of Grad. The study of the Pale reaches back 6,000 years. The Pericarnassians called it the Western Plain.
They had not traveled the entire circumference of the Pericarnassian Super E Solar. It was not merely in the west, it was everywhere, even then, surrounding them.
There are signs of pre-modern crossings. Successful navigation of the Pale relies not just on technical know-how, but intensive psychological preparation. Some of these tactics have been known for thousands of years. Nothing. We remain powerless before the Pale. The only real advance in Pale transit is the speed with which an aerostatic craft can pierce it. Less exposure leads to less effects later. Hybrid airships, Detective. Conventional rotors or jet engines no longer add velocity after the point of reference for motion is suspended, once you've crossed from near Pale to far Pale. In essence, we throw them in and they come out the other end. If we throw them precisely. Then they don't.
Gone, like a skipping stone beneath the surface.
How much Pale is there?
The Pale outweighs reality 2 to 1. There is more Pale than there is matter, and the ratio is slipping. What do you think, Detective? Precisely. One of the few measurable effects of the Pale is that it is expanding at an unknown rate. An intuitive conclusion of that development is that one day the Pale will cover everything. But this sort of talk is mostly left to extremists. Most people, and indeed most private and government sector organizations, entire civilizations and religions even, find handy ways to ignore or downplay that knowledge. I suggest you do the same. No, Detective. We're safe. It begins there, 6,000 kilometers to the north, and even more to the south, east, and west. You are in the middle of the Isla.
As your gaze instinctively turns north, a small black pit opens up in your stomach.
Yes. That is enough. Many cities are built much closer. An uproar of matter, darling. Rising into the Pale. Rolling. Evaporating even. A great vision. The area of transition between the world and the Pale is called Porch Collapse. Imagine a grey coronal mist, cold vapor marked by spores of an opportunistic microorganism, a mold that's adapted to grow at the edge of the unrest. It's the most disco thing you will ever see. Yes, sweet reality. But before we do, tell me, Detective, is this the first time you're hearing this? Do you really not remember anything?
sometimes sense vague shadows of a past, and it's not good.
Then tell me, what do you think of the Pale?
It's terrifying, you were right, it's disco, it'll end a life. We continue to persist. It's advanced. It's advance. It's disco.
Mm-hmm. You really didn't know. This does not spell good for the investigation, Detective. If you don't know even this, then...
Oh, this is gonna be my masterpiece.
I hope so. I truly do. If I may suggest, hold on to your colleague, Kitsuragi. I ran a check on him and he is very competent. In the meanwhile, you have me. I will assist you in any way I can, even if we have to do it one basic term at a time.
Good. You have not passed out from it. Perhaps I worried for nothing. Are we still on the reality lowdown, or should we do actual police work now?
Let's get to work, Lieutenant.
Good luck, detectives.
And by get to work, I mean, look at how many skill points we got. Take a look at our thoughts here real quick, like. The precarious world. The precarious world. And since we're 5 minutes away, and I can take a slabby, crabby... Oh, I still have the mic down by my fucking fart knocker. Bust out the fart knocker. Wait, boss, he wants me to give him the fart knocker. Yeah, that's right, see? What up, Tom? We probably came through the Pale, too.
Lowman, you caught me at an opportune moment. This awful weather keeps me awake. You can entertain me with your questions.
Ooh, good.
And what is that?
You're a Pale driver.
Great. He asked the Pines rep about the Pale, and now he's talking to everyone about it.
Yes, sir.
Fine, then. Just try not to black out again, and don't contemplate. We don't have time for that.
Well, I gotta contemplate.
It's death, but for the universe, oh, we're contemplating the living shit out of this.
Oh, I'm contemplating.
Exactly what I didn't want you to do. Ma'am, my partner wanted to know if you work in Pale Transport.
No offense. But your partner?
Yes?
Seems like a bit of an idiot.
From sheer heartbreak.
Like Gabriel Buenguerro in Segúreme, Paraíso. You're the opposite of me, then. I remember everything, even the things I never knew. The smell of liquor on Gabriel's lips after the shoot. In the motor park. The roses on the day of Franco Negro's coronation. On the grand stairs of Briar. The smoke from the fowling piece when Dolores Day was shot. The look on her face, like an orgasm. The wound in her chest. My hand in my father's hand. Except I never had a father, and I never shot her innocent Dolores Day.
Over radiation?
Heroic doses, Herifia. Heroic.
In a danger.
Thought insertion, dithering, the Grad Catalan Magistral. It's more than dangerous. It's sad. But at first I had to make a living. Now, when you've seen it all go away like that, rolling off like the sea, and then come back to this, what are we doing here? For thousands of years, Gabriel. It doesn't have to be like this. We can just give up. We can just become a vapor.
What does it look like?
Like looking into the ocean at night, in the dark. You cannot see it, but you know it's there. And it's big, bigger than anything. Bigger than all the other things combined.
What does it feel like?
Nothing. Until it starts. When you are deep enough. Then, for me, it's like autumn. Dark, gray, and orange. The orange of street lights and the color of streets and electric light. It smells like autumn too. It smells terrible.
Makes the menu make sense.
Nostalgia. Cooped up in the cabin, shaking. Terrible nostalgia. For yourself. For humans. It's too much to bear. She loves it.
How do you pass?
In the belly of an airship, behind the sail windows. So you don't look straight into it. It's not advised to look into it. No, the same one, a roller. They all are nowadays. Special wheels for connecting to the floor of the hole.
Become vapor.
Yes.
No elaboration.
I feel I already have what you have in some way.
They say there is a point. One that I have not crossed. In the Pell, super deep. If you stray too far, of course, on the U41A, or in Lomonosov's land, where every step you take is one step further from home, no matter the direction. It's a point you cannot come back from. Your mind becomes so radiant with the past, there is a flip. Instead of writing, it erases memory, nearing some kind of indescribable finale. Maybe you've been down the motorway south.
The motorway
It's
south.
a story as lone horsemen tell. Lone horsemen, Jerife, not Pell drivers. Way beyond the established Pell that's lit by radio frequencies, where it goes silent and dark, and the process begins. Erasure, kilometer by kilometer, in any direction. The motorway south is a road you cannot come back from.
In the center of this town, there's a ghostly motorway, she sang.
They say I've been away on a kind of holiday. No one knows what's at the end. I've only glimpsed the beginning. I've only felt it in the distance, when I was a child. A child growing on the leg.
Man.
Josiana.
There is nothing more to do now. She is receding in the clutches of some indescribable scattered emotion. The child descending.
You've fried both your brains enough for today, detective. Let's get some air. This one's far gone.
I had a thought. One XP for every orb. This is not super great. Neither is Hobocop, though. Maybe it would be good to start that. Where the hell did that go? Motorway South. How long is that? 8 hours? 10 minutes? Oh my god. What is this plus I see up here above? Maybe I can get more. Maybe we'll hold off. We'll hold that point for now. When we come back with a fresher face, we'll know what the right move is. But right now, Kim, oh my god, Tommy's asleep. It's time for a cigarette. Can I sing the disco again? Oh, wait.
Ah, smallest church in Saint-Saëns, right?
Oh, shit. The church is my life. I fucking rock that shit. The church is my love.
Cool. Now, what can I do for you?
About my bill.
Got the 20 real?
Oh, no.
Then why are you wasting my...
Goodbye. Kim? Good night. I gotta go to my house. My, bachelor suite, as it were. Alright, see ya, Kim. I gotta go to the map. Alright. Take me to the High Rollers Club. Here I go.
It's getting late, and it's raining. Time to call it a day.
Kim, you really didn't have to come with me. Good night.
Good night, officer. We'll meet in front of the shack in the morning.
The shack? It's my house, Kim. Please. Oh. What's all this?
On the table, you see a bowl of water, a rough soap, and next to it, a small hand mirror. A straight razor soaks inside the wash basin.
Is shaving the right call?
The water reflects back a vague image of your face. Nose bulbous and red, hair unkempt, wrinkles lining the eyes and forehead. The stash is gigantic.
Nice.
A fresh start looms ahead. Clean yourself up and be born anew.
That would be pretty disco. The last thing Kim expects is a fresh shave. We're also going to slice our face up, which it's exactly what he expects. Let's do it. Let's slice up.
Like an artist with a brush or a master swordsman, you use the small mirror and the straight razor with some soap to remove all that unkempt hair from below the nose line.
Nice.
The sharp blade chafes against your skin, producing a scratching sound. The surface underneath the beard feels tender, the air brushing against it chilly.
Let's take it a little closer. Let's just take it a little closer. Feel your clean-shaven cheeks.
They feel so smooth, surprisingly so. A feeling of freshness overcomes you, as if you just came from a cold bath.
It was the right call. We'll lie to ourselves. We'll lie. Let's look in this mirror.
An old mirror hangs on the wall. You see your reflection in it. The expression fixed to your clean-shaven face. You're still not accustomed to it.
Let's hit it.
Like the rest
Damn
of
it.
you, it comes from a bad place somewhere in the
What?
past. That's all you know for now.
Alright. This is gonna win.
Still not happening.
Okay.
It won't come off that easy.
Alright, we just don't recognize ourselves in the mirror. That's
The
what's
bed
happening.
is comforting, if a bit run down. Still, you've earned a rest.
Let's pop that little church song in the boombox and hit the hay.
Across the room, the heating system hums its soft lullaby. The mattress feels soft and sheets warm. It only takes you moments for the world to fall away.
Thoughts, baby. A million little lights in the dark. You're one fine instrument, brother. All those faces and all those names. All that laughter and screaming and scheming around. Every corner and every street.
We gotta do that disco song again and shout out Kim.
Recorded in you forever on Faraday.
Am I dreaming? Spinning in eternity.
On and on it goes, for untold hours. At the disco where you first asked her to dance. Rising, rising, above the dark curvature, the great wingspan of sleep, studded with stars.
Behold, there are millions of them down there. The first time, the last time, the smoke in her mouth, the plotted flowers, the faces turning, changing.
What is it?
It's the world, Harry boy, and you're made of it. Every day you're out there, you make more of yourself from it. I'm afraid you can't be unmade now. You can never forget this shit.
The colors, the voices.
All stuck on loop. Whirling, spitting out words and images.
You're the son of the world again. Harrister, a ceaseless agent. Picking up litter and old newspapers. Collecting your little bubblegum wrappers and idiotic picture postcards. Meaningless, meaningless keepsakes.
It's gonna help us solve the case.
Reading your awful letters and recalling things, aren't you? The endless names of the world. An address book you are. The map of a city.
The agent of nothing, I'm an agent of the world.
You'll go insane if you keep going like this. One more day, and you'll be in the loony bin. I just know you will. And for what, brother man?
For the money, baby. For the greater good. For Revacol. Always and only Revacol.
Solving your little crossword puzzles. Doing your tasks. Crossing names off lists. Trying to become some sort of world detector. It won't make it okay. It won't put smoke back in her mouth. There he goes again. He's a real political animal, our Harry. He still doesn't see that it's the world changing around him.
He's got no idea what he's in for.
Feel the pillow under your cheek.
Beep, beep, beep. The alarm is ringing, Harry.
Damn.
The disco circus goes on and on. You barely slept 3 hours last night.
You can do it. It's nothing. Do it for the city. Go. Do it for the picture puzzle. Put it all together. Solve the world. one conversation at a time.
Oh, damn.
You were right, brother.
I gotta poop. There's no toilet here.
Back there, in your sleep, all the weak-willed delinquents, dilly-dalliers, foreign moneylenders, insane anarchists, and yes, the women. They've run this place to ruin. But you did. Not with words, but you did, brother.
What's going on with my kids?
No, brother. Forget about your gut. We've got much more pressing matters to focus on. It's time to turn back time. I will send you back to the time when the sun had not yet vanished, when it was still setting into the sea. The time of the suzerain, the time when love was still possible.
Oh.
To go back with the knowledge and the experience you now have, and to do it all over. Do it richtig this time. Protect the suzerainty, clean up the city, revive disco music, and get her back. You could save Revachon. You could be the man, brother. No one. Don't ask about her.
Get who back?
You fool. Second chances are not about questions. They are about actions. Are you ready to start taking action? Bro, there must be others like you. Men who long for the days when words like loyalty and love meant something. People whose yearning for the past is so great they barely live in the present. Those are the men you need to find. Those are the guys who know. Think, maybe you've already met someone like that.
Renee, Gary, Fat Lorryman, Measurehead, Gray-haired lorry driver.
No, not her. She's a woman. Anyone else?
Renee.
Now we're making bank. A man with guts and a memory. I felt it too. He could be a treasure trove of wisdom. Who else?
Measurehead.
Now, there is a man who values the past with passion. And you know how the saying goes. He who clings to the past shapes the future. That is not a saying. It makes no sense. Measurehead is exactly the kind of man who'd know how to step back into the past.
I guess the Fat Lorry.
Bullseye. And that's the vibe we're looking for. Those are the people with answers. And by longing, you meant blatantly racist, right?
Gary.
Oh yes. Gary is exactly the kind of guy we want. He knows something. Who else? 4 is a good number of traditionalists. It's plenty. Let's go see what they know. History will remember us. And this time we don't have to worry about her being kind.
Racism
Bratalia,
apocalypse?
Redia, Kingsman. Charge for Revachon. Charge for love.
There is no toilet in this place, huh?
An old mirror hangs on the wall. You see your reflection in it. The expression fixed to...
Oh, no. We gotta call it there. We gotta call it there. I'm very tired. I've been tired this whole time. Alright. Good night. Bye-bye. Bye-bye, bye-bye. Bye-bye, lurkers. Legendary VOD Squad. Twitch or YouTube, you know what it is. You know. Awesome. Bye-bye. Nighty-night.
David Bowie. Our lurkers are legends. Mikes will be Mikes and Marks